Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
You know how the false prophet said, have you ever been swallowed? And
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming and you were at your wit's end? That is my point of view.
Greetings and salutations. Theme of the show today: there's no difference between Akaash Singh and Andrew Wilson. And that's not sneak dissing, those are just facts. Those are just straight facts. Theme of today: what happened to Akaash is going to happen to a lot of conservative young men. Believe it or not. This is something that we're going to use this as a teaching tool today. What happened to Akaash Singh, this is going to be a teaching tool today. Now, obviously, he's going to get roasted, and rightfully so. He brought it upon himself, debating low-hanging fruit, what I said yesterday, or debating somebody you think is beneath you, and then that coming back to bite you in the butt. I'm talking about seriously bite you in the butt, so much so where you have Fresh and Fit, the people that hate Fresh and Fit are roasting you right now and taking their side. This is what happens when you debate low-hanging fruit or people you deem is you think is beneath you. These are the things that I talk like. It's crazy how it all comes together. Maybe not for the normies, and I get it. And trust me, I get it. Maybe not for the normies, but this all ties in together with Andrew Wilson and all these people. This trust me, this all ties in. So we're gonna watch the video. You know what? I'm gonna go in on. Let me see if I can show something else in the meantime. Let me show, before we even go into the Akaash thing, let's show the full video. Let's show the full video of the Akaash situation. Let's show the full video. Or part one, the major clip that's going around, right? So let's show that. Fully go in, fully uninterrupted, just to give you a little bit of a baseline for today's show.
Different. My wife also hadn't had any sexual partners, so that helped us connect a lot more.
Let me ask you this: do you believe her?
If you've seen her, then it's hard to believe. Yeah. I remember I was just like, "What?" But she was 22, I was 31. There was an age gap.
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. So I was popping my pussy and living my best life in these white boy frat houses.
I'm actively trying to have an orgy and you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you fucking see him. His body goes crazy. His face card always slays, never declines. And it's kind of weird because I'm talking about your husband. I just know that Nav's dick is like at least 10 inches. Okay, I have two butthole stories. So one time I met this guy on Tinder and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to fucking hook up. And I like woke up in the morning and like my asshole was a little sore.
Oh my God.
And I remember, what kind of porn do you watch when you use a vibrator?
Okay, not gonna lie, I don't watch porn while using a vibrator. What? I just think my imagination is vibration enough.
What?
I'm just thinking of like my own husband while I'm like doing it.
Wait, that's kind of baller, but I
Yeah.
could never do that.
Yeah. And so I was using you and your husband split finances, and I'm gonna be really fucking honest.
I don't.
We don't.
We don't.
We don't.
First
And
of all, that's a fucking red flag. I'm not like, no joke. I love you girls. If you want to work, all for that, whatever. But like any man that doesn't want to have a joint bank account or isn't being transparent with his accounts or has separate accounts, that's a fucking red flag. This is not a two-way street. This is a one-way street. His money is our money and my money is my money. And look, have I only made $600 from content creating?
wow, we went up
Sure.
$100 from last week.
But that's my money. Okay?
I don't know if you watched The Boys,
Yes.
but I love him on The Boys.
I never watched that show, but like he's on my hall pass list.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Chase Crawford, Jacob Elordi, Austin Butler, and who else?
Interesting. But everybody, I saw the comment by, sorry, I got to fix my settings because I'm doing it. I'm not doing this off of my Chrome. I'm doing this off of a different browser. But let me reread this comment. He says they need this lesson. Now, when you said they need this lesson, I just think it's not just Akaash. I just think everybody needs to see this. Every man needs to see this. This also, this could have been avoided. The humiliation ritual that Akaash is going through, this could have been avoided if he was more humble. And it's not necessarily just being humble. It's just, I don't know what it is where you'll have certain men, they'll give a person information, right? They'll give them a decent warning. Look, we try to teach men how to do this. We try to teach men how to do that. Fresh and Fit come on your show. You think they ain't ish, and they're not. But the way you talk down on them, the way you disrespected them. Now we find out that you married the exact type of woman, literally the exact type of woman where I'm talking about the type of woman you married is exactly is literally the exact. How do I put this? People talk about the dumb, the what's it, the dumb bimbos on Fresh and Fit. She is that. Meanwhile, you have the exact typical, and here you have Fresh and Fit on your own show talking about where are you meeting this girl? Where are you meeting these girls? And she acts exactly like that. Exactly like the broads on his show. And they was talking, and Akaash was talking that self-righteous, you know what I mean? He was on his self-righteous, ish, talking crazy, So we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that in a little while. Meanwhile, I want to show one fun video, not the Dave Portnoy one. I wanted to show the this one, because I found this video very funny. So earlier this week, there was a OF model trying to gain clout off of Bronny James, the son of LeBron James, right? So this was funny to me. This is funny to me. She tried to expose Bronny for being in her DMs, but then when the streamer, all he did was, wait, let me look at those DMs. He takes a look at the DMs and she exposes herself by showing that she was the one that initiated the DM conversation with Bronny. And Bronny wasn't even giving her the time of day. You got to look at this. This is funny stuff. I love this video right here. And shout out to the streamer. I don't know what the streamer's name is.
LeBron's in my DM, Bronny's in my DM. They're all in my DM.
No, they're not. Show me. I can't. Are you being that serious?
Unless he deleted shit.
All right, there's none.
You see how she tried to? Oh, unless he deleted stuff. No. None.
Oh, is that Bronny? Bro, Bronny is in your DM.
Let me pause it real quick if I can. I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna see if I can pause it when she lifts her phone up.
All right, there's none. Oh.
So once she pauses it, she exposes herself. Bronny is on the left. She's on the right. You guys probably can't read it, but she's she right here. She's saying happy birthday, right? She's the one texting him.
Oh.
And once you look at it, because Bronny's on the left, she's on the right. If you can see it, she's in the purple. Sorry, she's in the blue. Bronny's in the white with the text bubbles. She's in his DMs. not the other way around. She's in his DMs, and he's not even giving her the time of day. He's just responding. She texts him happy birthday. He says thank you. She's initiating these texts, so much so she double texts him. She's double texting him, and he didn't even respond to the double text. He only texted her twice, and that's to respond to her. And the streamer right here picks this up, and she quickly changes the subject. This is funny stuff right here.
Is that Bronny? Bro, Bronny is in your DM.
You got to put that in the clip. Yeah.
Yo, that is.
Probably should have been hollering about. I mean, Annie has a girlfriend.
Yo, this is not a clip farm.
No, you can't show them the.
No, I know, but okay.
Like,
wait, who reached out? You reached out to him?
Duh. No.
Exactly. You reached out to him. Bronny's not in your DMs. You're in Bronny's DMs. You saw how she tried to brag. Oh, Annie has a girl, but these still it's sickness right here. Sickness.
Stop. I think that's number.
No, I'm not. No, I just want to look at it.
Oh. Well, he didn't answer.
Oh,
me
now
yet.
he left.
No,
on
but
red.
I saw
Yo,
that.
He said Bronny left you on red. Exposed.
Yo, that is insane.
I did slide in because they had a bet who would answer. LeBron's in my DM. Bronny's in my DM.
Okay, so I'll say this. I've been this guy. I'm gonna tell you this in my experience. I've been this guy where you'll have a broad talking about, oh, he's in my DMs, she's in my DMs, and then I don't take their word for it. I just say, oh, let me see. Now, a lot of times they're not lying per se, but it'll be certain people that they try to shout out. And you're like, oh, wait, you're saying he's in your DMs, and then you find out she reached out to him, and it's not the other way around, or she reached out to the famous person, and then they responded back, and they probably did end up hooking up in terms of like, yeah, they probably ended up meeting, but she reached out to him. And then now trying to claim clout over this. I've seen, so people are going to dismiss this video and just be like, oh, this is just another OF model lying about and clout chasing and all that. And I get that. But the story that I'm talking about, this is what I'm talking about. This is I know regular chicks that will do this. Regular chicks will do this. They will claim clout off of people that they barely even know. Maybe even hook up with them, but still they don't know you like that. And will hold on to that. So let me give you a perfect example. You'll have a bish, you'll meet a woman. And she'll say, oh, I went to this university, and she'll have a picture of her and an athlete that she went to college with. And she'll have it framed or something like that. And she'd be like, oh yeah, we used to date. Used to date? Or, oh, that was just my friend. And then you'll find out that they probably hooked up or something, but she doesn't want to say it. But she's just using that as leverage over you that, oh, I know dudes that with clout and all that, yada, yada, yada. Then once you do your research, you'll meet the guy. or you'll meet the football player or the basketball player, et cetera, that she has framed. And then you'll ask, "Oh, do you know each other?" And the person will be like, "I don't even remember this broad." and I'm talking about they're dead serious. And I'm speaking from personal experience right here. They'll be like, "Oh, I don't even remember this broad." But shout out to her. I'm talking about with no hate in their heart. But she's holding that up in the air because she looks at that as I can get more higher caliber guys than you, and she's using that as leverage. But there's really nothing to it. There's really nothing to it. So it's not just OF girls. Regular girls, they will do this. They will do this. Shout out to Ricardo Rodney. He says, interesting. He says, so she's trying to get brownie points for messaging a celebrity on social media. Anybody could do that. Yeah. But it was funny how she got exposed and then she just quickly just changes the subject. Everybody's in my DMs. No, you're reaching out to people. And some people, and like I said, some celebrities will respond because they won't, like if you're a dude and you message a male celebrity, they most likely won't respond. But if it's like a regular chick or an OF model chick, they'd be like, oh, okay, let's see what's up with this. And they'll entertain it. But a lot of the times you'll have these chicks, they'll reach out to them and then claim that they're in their DMs and they'll start deleting messages and all this stuff. This is why I always say, like, if you're a man, don't be afraid to play the game back. Don't be afraid. I always say this, don't be afraid to play the game back. Like if you ask the girl out via DMs, even though I don't recommend you do that. I don't recommend you do that. But trust me, every time you're asking a bitch out via DMs or Instagram, she's screenshotting it. I'm talking about screenshotting everything. So to combat that, if you end up asking a girl out via Instagram DM or you're trying to see what's up with her and she's not responding, delete the text message. Delete the message. Or if you shot a clear shot at her, delete the message. That's my advice. Play the game back. You have nobody stopping you from protecting yourself and protecting your own reputation. Because I'm talking about the bitch is messaging him and she's trying to ruin Bronny's relationship situation, and she's texting him, trying to cause drama in his stuff. And he doesn't even know the bro, but claiming that Bronny's in my DMs. No, you messaged him. So if a bitch is willing to do that, you're not, as a man, you're not safe. You're not. I'm talking about, like, this is why I laugh when dudes will they think they can come up with these fail-safe plans when dealing with today's broads. There's no fail-safe. The bitch could just say she just met you and then I'm talking about she's messaging you. She's initiating the contact, but somehow you're in her DMs. Oh, I'll say this. This happened to me recently when I talked about when I tried giving an older broad a chance. I will never do that again, right? I cut it off. I cut off the situation. Nothing happened. She was wasting my time, so I just say maybe. I told her, look, I don't think this is going to work out. Now, I don't know what she expected from me, but usually when I'm done with a broad, I usually block them. Usually, especially if it's a broad that's wasting my time. Now, if we slept together, maybe I won't block you, but usually I do. So I blocked her off my social media, my messages, blocked her on everything. That's just how I do life. And I think she felt a certain type of way about it, because then the next time when I met with a mutual contact, according to my mutual contact, which was my cousin, right? All of a sudden I'm hearing from my cousin that I was harassing her, all up in her messages, doing the most. Oh yeah, she said specifically I was being emotional, and I was like, what? I cut it off, and then I didn't even text her again. But every time when you're dealing with a woman, she's gonna make it like you're the aggressor. Even though you did nothing but, like, I'm talking about, you could have been an angel or a saint to this broad. She's gonna make it where she's the victim. So that's one, I know that's one situation I can think off the top of my head, particularly because it was an older broad that I tried out, and I was like, I will never do that again. That's why I'm like, you know what? That's why I don't deal with older broads. I'm like, I will not. I said I will never do that ever in my life. Do that, because I'm like, I don't know how you this age and you're acting like a teenager. This is crazy work. Saying I was emotional. I'm like, I blocked you. I'm talking about, because she stood me up twice, right? And I didn't even trip. I just did something else. I didn't say, yo, where you at? Yo, come here. I didn't do none of that ninja stuff. I did not. Like, I got all my text messages. I screenshotted all my messages. I showed my cousin. I was like, yo, I screenshot all my. I showed my cousin all the messages on my phone. I'm like, this is what she sent me. This is what I sent her. Nothing like that happened. But unfortunately, you know, my cousin, no disrespect, who I love dearly, he's one of those guys. He'll just believe what a woman says. You know what I mean? He gets, mind you, he be getting bitches though. He be getting hoes, but he's one of those dudes that he'll take a bitch word for it. He's like the complete opposite of me. Now he's been different now. He's different now, but during that time of his life, he'll just take the girl's word for it because she's a woman. I just don't roll like that. And I think low key, I kind of put him on this path. Low key, I put him on that path because I'm sorry, because broads was, I have so many stories I've said on this channel, and I know I repeat a lot of them. Another funny one that I know of, particularly when I was young, when I was 19, 18 years, particularly, when I was 19, 20 years old, when I was one of my first jobs, you'll have these bitches out here talking crazy about their baby father. And then you'll do just a little bit of research, a little bit of investigation, and you'll find out both of them were being knuckleheads. It's not even that the father did nothing wrong. It's just both of them were being knuckleheads. And she's just trying to get people on her side. But I'm talking about both of them are being knuckleheads. The difference is he's not telling her business to everybody in the world and not making himself the victim. Right? So these are the things that you got to learn, you know, firsthand experience. I can't take a broad's word for nothing, especially when you're talking about especially when it comes to like white chicks. It's really, you're gonna have to prove to me, because white chicks will just lie and people just fall for it. Now I'm a bit immune to that, but you know, it is what it is. I grew up a little bit different. I really wish I could fix my screen situation. Oh, I fixed it, I think. Here we go. Shout out to Ricardo Rodney. He says, well, sometimes there will be dudes disguised as women on social media that be messaging, so they have to be aware of that too. Yeah, and people don't understand the top OF models, usually their boyfriend or their male manager, which could also be their boyfriend, is managing their accounts, taking care of the text messaging situation, even messaging the dudes via OF. They're doing the live chats, or if they have a webcam situation, it'll be a lot of the times you got to watch out. There's dudes that will do the messaging. So this is, that they got to really watch out for that. You got dudes on Twitter running scams. They'll have profile pics of women that they used to be with. They'll post their pictures and they'll be like, oh, I'm selling my punani for this amount of money. You got to Zelle me this. You got, I I saw Tommy Sotomayor. He admitted he got caught up in that. But that happens a lot. So people men have to really watch out for that. This is very important that we know these things. Shout out to Ricardo Rodney again. He said, I mean, if he haven't went through anything and if women treat him right, it's natural for him to think like that and don't think that women can do anything worse. Exactly. Like my cousin, he like getting women to him is nothing. It's nothing to him, right? He naturally has a charisma where he can just get abroad, right? So our experiences with women is different, right? My experience with people in general is different, right? Because at first glance, I don't look like I'm shit. At first glance, I look like a loser, right? Then what happens is the DJ calls me like, oh, Chris, or whoever's literally running the club will literally come because that person was the person that hired me, right? Or the artist of the hour, right? He or she is the one that called me for business, or even like forget that's it. I'll take it even with sports. When I was in high school, even outside of high school, they don't think I'm shit. I'm like I kind of compare myself to like that chubby Mexican or like that chubby South American player that you don't think can play soccer, but he's pretty good. So, and then I get the ball and then it turns out I'm the best player on the team. So that's been my experience. So specifically with women, they overlook me until their boyfriend or the woman that they're trying to be with, the woman that they're trying to compete with that's over them calls me out by name. Hey, Chris. People like, what the fuck is this guy? So that's, and then all of a sudden that experience changes. That changes things. I said, I remember when I talked about my boy when he was going away for he was leaving Connecticut to Atlanta, and I was looking for help. I was like, do you know where my guy's getaway party is? I was just giving the cold shoulder for most of the employees. Just give me the cold shoulder. Then the man of the hour comes in. Man of the hour comes in. I'm sitting there. I'm waiting outside the door. And you got dudes like, oh man, I wonder where bro's at. I wonder where bro's at. He comes straight up to me. Hey, Chris, who you with? And it's the dudes that's just like, I try to ask for help about the party because technically I didn't have to wait in line because I knew him personally. He was my roommate, right? And then, who you with? I'm like, oh no, I'm not with those guys. Let me go in. Now, I wasn't dressed up, to be fair. I wasn't dressed up. I came in with a sweater and some in some black jeans and some boots. I was not even dressed up. So that happens to me a lot. And I'll say that somebody pulled that on me. I said that story too. But so that's my experience with people. I'll say especially women. So it's particularly when you're talking about high school and above. So my vantage point in how I see women is a little bit different. It's a little bit more objective. It's actually not. I don't look at them as, oh, these people are mean. It's just when you don't have nothing to offer, most women are not going to put themselves in the situation to be with you, right? The hoes that were nice to me in high school tend to be the more popular ones because they didn't want to be seen as a bully. So they would befriend me and shit like that. And then they'll realize, oh, I actually do this. I'm on the soccer team. I'm on this. I do this. I do that. I know him. I know her. I know this. And they're like, oh, you're actually cool. Now, yeah. I just don't say anything about it. So, but most normie women or just women in general, they're not going to associate yourself with you. If they don't see anything that they can use you for, they're not going to associate with you. They'll do anything in their power to avoid you. Right? That's just life. That's just life. What's his name? Stedden Walters. He says, yes, you can't marry for love, only for respect and mutual goals. Yeah, about that. About that. But anyways, let's go into Akaash real quick. Let's go into Akaash. Let's not waste any time. Because what happened to Akaash is going to happen to a lot of young conservative dudes if they don't see the signs. I'm talking about these young conservative dudes, particularly the ones that don't have a lot of experience with women, particularly the ones that are big fans of Andrew Wilson and those of the like. This is going to happen, man. This is Pyro's in the building. Shout out to Pyro. He said Tommy got hit by that scam too. Yeah, Tommy said it. He said these bitches on Twitter be lying. Yeah, they be scamming, but it's not necessarily. I don't think there's women behind those accounts. I think those are men. And Pyro said, I think all women are amazing. Y'all just women haters. By the way, Pyro's trolling. He be trolling. He said, Chris, I see you got the who the F is this dude in counts. That's just life though. That happens to me in life. Like, no, this is what happens. Like, particularly if you're like a dude that if you're a dude, particularly if you're a black dude and you're usually in these establishment where you're the only black person, you're gonna stick out like a sore thumb, unfortunately. Especially where I live or where I went to school and stuff like that. So I can't, even if I want to hide, I can't hide. So that that's the unfortunate situation. I can never really blend in when I'm in those establishments. This is why low-key I kind of like being in black establishments per se, but for some reason that never turns out the way that I want it to. In terms of me even be able to blend in there. Shout out to G-Man in the chat. He said, what's good, Chris? He said, I didn't hear about Akaash's wife until someone mentioned it in passing last stream. So this is all news to me. And you know what's interesting? I already knew about Akaash's wife embarrassing Akaash. I was just surprised that Myron picked it up recently and then put it on blast, right? But let's analyze this a little bit since we have more people in the chat. So we'll go straight into it. Since we have more people in the chat, let's go straight into it. Because I said, G-Man, this is what I said, G-Man. This is what I said. There's no difference between Akaash and Andrew Wilson. There's no difference to me. This is where the teaching is going to come in, right? And this is not me sunning people. I'm just trying to tell. Well, you trying to sun me, Nick? No, I'm trying to show you the similarities. So when you see it, I'm talking about. So when you see it, you're like, oh, somebody warned me about this. Anytime that I've I've never responded in anger. I've always been like, oh, damn, somebody told me about this. God damn. And I just take my L and move on, and you just, you learn and you move on. Because what's gonna happen is there's gonna be a lot of these young conservative dudes where they find out, like, they're of course the wife is always, or the person that you're dating, she's gonna act like, oh, I haven't been out there like that, but she has. This is where I come in to show you just the signs, because I know most of these dudes, I'm gonna say this, it looks like a lot of these dudes, they're hell bent on getting married, and there's nothing I can do about it. But there's certain things that you can look out for to mitigate risk. Now, you'll see a lot of the times in the comment sections, oh, you can tell between a godly woman and a not. I don't think you guys. No. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. just the fact that people think Rachel Wilson is a good woman tells me everything I need to know about most dudes and their vision, and they can't even see a predator when they see it. When you look at that timeline, they said that Rachel Wilson had Andrew Wilson's kid when Andrew was 25 and she was 28 or 29. So that means when she was 27, she was messing with Andrew a little bit younger. So I'm like, wait, so Rachel's 4 years older than him? I'm like, he got preyed upon. She was like, who's gonna accept me now after all the mess I put myself in? I need to find somebody that knows me a little bit and somebody that's impressionable. People don't even like Andrew Wilson. He's going through it. They don't even realize, like, Andrew Wilson, yeah, you a victim. He's a victim. Andrew Wilson's a victim. Why do you think he be smoking the way he do and drinking and all the heavy drinking he be doing? Oh, I do most of my debates hungover, and he be smoking all them cigarettes he be smoking. It's not like he's smoking cigar. He's be smoking cigarettes. I'm like, this dude he's going through it. But people, they can't even see, they don't even see that he's struggling and he's embarrassed by his situation. They can't, people, the normies can never see it. But just the fact that people think that Rachel Wilson is a good person is like, wow. So Samuel VJ Kumar says, what's going on? He says, marriage is created by God in the first place. Okay, not by man, because God said that it's not good that man should be alone. Okay, not man, because God said that God, oh my goodness. Y'all religious ninjas, bro. Anyways, let me not, because if I break down these verses, you're gonna think I'm insulting you, and it's not that I'm insulting you. I'm just describing. Okay, I sound like a bully now. I'm not insulting you. I'm just you look. You know, guys, like CGA said, there is no God in marriage. I don't know how many times people got to tell you this, but I digress. But let me show you Akaash's one of Akaash's first mistakes, right? And I'm going to show you many videos of Akaash, and not only of Akaash, but of Akaash's wife. Okay, and I said this in my last stream versus Andrew Wilson. I'm going to be repeating a lot of these things, but you need to pay attention.
Different. My wife also hadn't had any sexual partners, so that helped us connect a lot more.
Now, let me ask you this: do you believe her?
If you've seen her, then it's hard to believe. Yeah. I remember I was just like, what? But she was 22, I was 31. There was an age gap.
Sometimes I get so.
Okay, so off rip, because he's talked about this on other podcasts where he said, oh, my wife was a virgin in this. And he thought because there was an age gap that saved him. He was what, in his 30s, and then he said his wife was what? Let me see what the age he said it was.
I remember I was just like, what? If you've seen her, then it's hard to believe. Yeah. I remember I was just like, what? But she was 22, I was 31. There was an age gap.
Okay, she was 22. He was 31. But what do I tell you guys? She went to college. Right here. Next clip. What have I said on this channel? The top 2 red flags in the woman. Number 1, if she smokes weed. Number 2, if she went to college. Those are my top 2 red flags when you're talking about dealing with a woman in a long-term relationship, or if you plan on marrying abroad. I'm gonna say it again. Number 1, if she smokes weed. Number 2, if she goes to college. Right here, and she's gonna explain why. Look at this.
31. There wasn't age yet.
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. I was popping my pussy and living my best life in these white boy frat houses.
Shoo-wee. You heard that, boys? She said I was living my best life, popping my punani in these frat houses for those white boys. So she was specific. She was like, no, I wasn't getting tossed up by the black Greeks or the the Q dogs. No, not for them. I was getting my punani popped by them white boys in them frat houses. This, and mind you, he said he met her at 22. So he probably was thinking, okay, I met this young bitch. She says she's a virgin. She's 21. She's most likely telling the truth. No. If she went to college, I got news for you guys. And I'm telling you, and mind you, he met her at 22. Now, most of these Andrew Wilson fanboys, these guys be like 28, 29, and they want to meet their girl at a similar age, or so they'll be like 31 or 32, and then they'll meet their girl at 28, 29. 30, 31, 32. So it's going to be even way worse. I'm talking about way worse. This is the stuff I've talked about on my channel. Oh, Chris, what's your prescription? Well, since you guys are going to get married anyways, there's really no beating the state. But since you guys are going to get married, let me put some hints. Let me put some tips for you guys. Right? I've had people message me and be like, oh, dude, thank you for putting certain videos out there. I was able to get rid and then find a different girl. And I found a girl that's on my. So because I already know most people are going to still look for a long-term situation. I'm not here to just be like, oh, you can't have no girls. I know what it is. Right. So all I can do is put little things here and there. And do what you will with that information. That's our job, just to put the information there. I missed some chats. Let me see this. Samuel PJ says, that's the for profit. Because I'm a stutterer as a Moses in the Bible. Is this why God brought you guys from the slavery? I have no idea what he's talking about there. I just read the chat. I'm trying to read it. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know what he means by that. But anyways. G-Man says that's bachelor degree age. Exactly. Yeah, at 22. Especially nowadays with, I just know the women my age now, they on demon time. So I don't know how old Akaash's wife is. I'm going to assume she's my age. So the thing is, I know the women my age. I know them. I know how they are. I've seen them in high school, and I'm talking about I grew up in the suburbs. So I don't want people to just write this on, oh, you just a black dude and you grew up in black schools and no, I saw degeneracy with the suburb white girls that I grew up with. Trust me, right? And that they were the majority. So I know how they are. I know what they do. I know all their tips, their tricks. They've told me. They told me to watch out for certain things in college, and I didn't believe them. And then just for me to go to college and see the manifestation of their warnings. Oh, man. He said, yeah, she really loved the marshmallow squad. Well, the thing is, when you're dealing with an Indian woman, particularly a Western raised Eastern Indian woman, if that makes sense, a Western raised Eastern Indian woman, they want Chad and Brads. Chad, they looking for white dudes. So that's what Akaash wifed up. Somebody that doesn't even look at him as really an option unless if you have a lot of money. Okay. Your virgin bride, sir. You know what I mean? Like what happens is these guys, they meet these girls and they'll really think that, oh, I met a virgin girl, or I met, oh, no, they'll say this. Oh yeah, my girl said that she never had a boyfriend. And a person like me, I'll be like, oh man, you finna go through it. Just because she says she never had a boyfriend does not mean that she's not run through. That just means that nobody has ever claimed her and put an official title on her. She's been a side chick for since she was the age of 13, unfortunately. And I don't want people talking about how reckless I am. I'm just telling you the reality. She's been a side chick for what? Age 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19, she might have met somebody and then for 2 days, right? Maybe met somebody at 17 for 2 months max behind some other girl's back. Maybe met somebody at the end of senior year, and then you come along at age what? She's age 25, 26. You come along, you meet her. I've never had a boyfriend. Oh my God, I just hit the lottery. Okay. Okay. All right. You're a virgin bride, sir. And I said this, I think I said this yesterday or the day before. Right. I think it was on, previous. The day before, on Wednesday. I said this on Wednesday. In today's time, the body counts on women in America are astronomically high. I'm talking about astronomically high. So high, in fact, if you meet a girl and in her personal life, if she's had 12 bodies, she's going to say that I'm a virgin. Because in this time, 12 is a low number. Believe it or not, in this time, 12 is a low number. There's a lot of guys, inflation is up. Inflation is that it's not just with money. Inflation is with the body counts as well. Right? So back in the day, remember when 10 used to be an astronomical number? 10 is nothing. In this day and age, 10 is nothing. Trust me, 10 is nothing. So I'm talking about if a girl, like, especially if it's a younger girl, and she knows, okay, I've only been with 10 people. Notice I'm saying only 10. Right? If she's only been with 10 people, she's just going to say, I'm a virgin. So I hope the dudes, you're picking up what I'm throwing down and just understand, just understand that's, and then you got to also understand women don't count most of their bodies. They're only going to count the dudes that they were in a relationship with, or the dude where he's just undeniable. All of her girlfriends saw her with this dude. It's undeniable. She's been with this dude. Those are the only two types of people that they count as bodies. They don't count the dudes that they hook, the one nights. They don't count the one night stands. They don't count the dudes that they use condoms with. They don't count the dudes that was in their whole stage. They don't count the guys that they hooked up with in their breaks, in between their actual boyfriends. Those break periods when they're single, they don't count those. Right? Or they're in a break with their boyfriend and then they get back together with their boyfriend. That in between time, they don't count those. They don't count the dudes that they hooked up with in Jamaica with. They don't, in vacation. They don't count the ones that they were on the cruises. They don't count the ones they went to college with. They don't count those. The ones that if the guy didn't make them finish, they don't count those. This is the stuff that women have said. Right? So this is not me making this stuff up. This is the stuff that women have said. Right? These are the things that many men, they don't know this. They just don't know this. And unfortunately, due to lack of experience, particularly with this generation of men, we talk about Gen Z men and younger millennial men, but Gen Z men, if they're not aware of this, they're gonna end up like Andrew Wilson or Steve Crowder or Akaash. But yeah, we'll just say Akaash. Okay, this is very important. Samuel said, marriage is created by God. That's why God created man in God's image and woman in man's image, but not in his own image, as God knows everything from the beginning to the end in eternity. Anyways, G-Man says she's talking effing crazy, though. Like, goddamn, ain't no way she isn't seeing Chad, Brad, and Thad on the side. Yeah, she is cheating on him. Yeah, that's true. Because the way she was talking, wild work. Samuel says, I'm a PhD holder in finance and accounting. Good for you, son. Okay, G-Man, he said, G-Man facts. He says, women can be deceived. That's why Satan deceived a woman and not a man, because we MWM. I don't know what that means, but yeah, well, you know, those Bible, you know, stories, those are, you know, those are just metaphors, right? So these are just things that you got to pick up, you know, when people talk about instructions or prescriptions. Well, technically it was all in the scriptures, right? The Bible, the Quran, even in the Quran, right? You have these stories. Those are these are the first quote unquote, you know, red pill lessons per se, is in the Bible and in the Quran. So when you look at these stories, these were just warnings, you know, to men on how human nature works. Yep, Pyro says even the normies know that's over 40, and then they know it's higher now. It's not 2016 no more. Yeah, 2016 was probably the last. Like I'll say, because 2012 it was already going downhill in 2012, especially with the dating apps. But I'll say this in 2016, because that was when I first had when I put my first profile out there in terms of my dating app. Right, I had no problems on the dating app in 2016, a little bit 2017. I had zero problems with it. But once 2018 came around, because I tried to do it like one more time, and I was like, oh, never mind. I was like, it was literally like the first day, and then I was just like, what am I doing? I'm like, no. And then I started hearing all of these horror stories, but really my last profile app was like 2017 or 2016. And even then, like, I knew with the dating apps, I'll say, yeah, something happened after 2016. That was it. That was the last of, if you're like an average dude or if you're like a short dude, because I never lied about my height on the dating apps. But after that, like, it's like after 2016, that was it. Let me see. Hoflation goes both ways. Their prices and their mileage. Facts. Yeah. G-Man says it was just roadhead a few times. It doesn't count, baby. Yeah, they don't count if it was just if she just did a hand job, whatever. they'll say stuff like, they'll say this to you. They'll say this. And you're just like, wow. Wow. I'm talking about they be in church too. I saw a podcast of church women, right? These were church women. They was cackling about how they reset their body count. It just resets. It resets every new year. They were sitting there laughing about it. It's two older black women. They were like in their late 30s or early 40s. They were sitting there cackling, and I'm just sitting there just like, oh man. Oh man. But anyways, he says, yeah, I got you. Pyro says people don't Bible thump. Here's the thing with the Bible thumping, right? Because by the way, there are people that take advice from me, or they follow the message that I'm putting out there. They're Christians, but I'm still the first one to tell you, look, you can bring up, Bible, Jesus Christ, all these people. Look, when you're dealing with broads, that don't matter. Respectfully, it doesn't really matter, right? um, you could talk about all this stuff about may like if you're gonna use the Bible, you just use it for your own, I guess, spiritual strengthening per se. I'll just say it like that. And I'm like I said, I'm not discounting anybody's religion, but I just hope you know that's not gonna work on hoes. He's not gonna work on the I just hope they don't women follow their own religion, right? And whatever, Christian women that you're seeing, they're not worshiping the same God as you. And I'm gonna just leave it at that. They worshiping something else. Okay. They worshiping something else. They on some other stuff. So please protect yourself. I'm talking about physically protect yourself. Don't think, it's just gonna be, I got my religion and I got my holy scriptures and that's enough. No, you need you just please be careful. Because I'm just saying in today's time, the women our age, they're on some different stuff. Even the older women, they're on some different type of evil stuff where if you're not careful, you can get yourself caught up. Okay. He said older black women. Oh, that explains it. Yeah, I wish I could find that video. They were sitting there laughing about the body count thing because they think of it as a joke because they know their body count is through the roof. They know that. So they don't even take it seriously. So then when they meet the guy, a guy that they're trying to work, they're just going to say, oh, my body count is this. They're going to say a number that sounds good to you because they're going to have a good read on you. And unfortunately, dudes kind of like, this is what dudes, they kind of give up the ghost too early. Especially today's dudes are very autistic. No disrespect. They'll go on these dates and I'm talking about on the first date, they're talking about Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate. Oh yeah, I need my woman to do this and she needs to do that. And oh man, women that do this is disgusting and blah, 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 blah. And you're just like, no, you're supposed to let the woman, let her talk, let her express herself, let her snitch on herself. Because the more you talk as a man, you give up the ghost and they'll be like, okay, I know what to tell this guy to make him stay or to make him do what I need him to do. She's going to get a good read on you. And she's going to be like, look, I've only been with 3 dudes. I've only been with 5 dudes. They're going to say a number that sounds good to you based on the conversation. Okay. And there's no, like I said, there's no incentive for her to tell the truth because you're not of importance in her eyes. But important enough for her to use you, if that makes sense. Okay. Pyro says witchcraft is their religion. Hey man, we talked about this on this channel. Samuel says, thank you for clearing that up about the red pills and Bibles and metaphoricals, but it's also written in the Bible that do not believe in philosophers. That means people with PhD holders. Of course, I agree with that. Don't agree. Don't put your trust in men. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that says that in the Bible. I know that. But yeah, I don't disagree with that. PhD holders, like, of course, I'll say especially PhD holders, right? I'll say especially PhD holders. We got and we got like wannabe doctors, right? The Dr. Umars, the Dr. Cheyenne Bryants of the world, right? The Cheyenne Bryant, she's like legit not a real doctor, right? And Dr. Umar is just, I think he does have a PhD. Is for real. Is just, I think it's like at ICDC college or is that one of these? It's like from Phoenix or something. So, and it's not disrespecting the brother. It's just it is what it is. But yeah, I agree with that. But a lot of my philosophy, believe it or not, most of it comes from men that have 0 college degrees, right? And their warnings, their lessons is literally, that's my gospel. Right? So when I call Corey Holcomb like Reverend Corey Holcomb, I'm not exaggerating. His teachings have literally saved me from being robbed, from being taken advantage of, hoes using me, from people using me. And mind you, he's nowhere near a quote unquote PhD. But like I said, life experience is really, life is a real teacher, man. Forget a PhD. You know, I don't know if you think that I'm taking when I'm making fun of the religious folk, that I'm putting my trust in like, PhD people that criticize religion. No, that's not true. There's other people that don't have PhDs that are very skeptical of religion, right? And like I said, when it comes to religion, I don't want to get into it, but I have a unique take when it comes to religion, because at the end of the day, I do think what you believe in matters. What you believe in terms of what you really believe in life, whether it comes to religion, your philosophy, whatever you hold up in the air, it matters. So I do believe that. And that's all I'm going to say when it comes to my personal opinion, when it comes to religion, right? Your religion does matter. It does matter. X15Y Jay-Z says, I'm a PhD, the Kevin Samuels soundboard. Shout out to Gary Grant in the chat. Shout out to Samuel VJ. I hope I'm saying his name right. I'm gonna just call you Samuel V, because people might think I'm insulting you if I say VJ. But anyways, let me play a little bit more. So, because this is gonna be a lot of dudes that run into girls like this, women like this.
I'm living my best life in these white boy frat houses.
I'm actively trying to have an orgy and you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you fucking see him. His body goes crazy. His face card always slays, never declines. And it's kind of weird because I'm talking about your husband. I just know that Nav's dick is like at least 10 inches. Okay, I have 2 butthole stories. So one time I met this guy.
This is wild work. Imagine you're financing your wife's podcast career, and she's sitting there talking about another man that she low-key wants to get intimate with, with the mics that you paid for. This is the stuff. She's the exact woman that Fresh and Fit and all these people were trying to warn Akaash about. But Akaash was sitting there preaching that righteous stuff. I don't even know why Akaash was mad when he was talking about, Myron's and Fresh's preference on not wanting to date black women. That's their preference, right? It's one thing, like you can disagree, right? But he was on some self-righteous ish. But I was just surprised when it was coming from Akaash, because I was like, because I'm sitting there like, okay, you're sitting there claiming your loyalty to your Indian women, right? But Indian women, especially like when you talking about Eastern Indian women, Western raised Eastern Indian women, they want nothing to do. Most of them, they want nothing to do with their own men. They will go Chad first. And the only reason why they won't go Tyrone second is because their family is not having it. Or their circle is not really having it. But don't let them grow up in a certain area. They'll be with a Tyrone before an Eastern Indian dude. But Akaash was going like simp crazy, trying to preach to Myron Gaines and my twin, Walter, right? And just for his wife to repay him like this is wild work. This is diabolical work right here. This is diabolical. But anyways.
Know that Nav's dick is like at least 10 inches. Okay, I have.
That's wild. She's sitting there talking about her friend's husband and talking about his anatomy with the mics that Akaash most likely paid for. This is wild work. This is wild work. Oh man, he said a cuck. we can't call him Akaash no more. We call him a cuck. That's a C. I think that's how you pronounce his last name. Samuel says, I take advice from everyone because I don't have any ego that I'm a PhD holder and everyone else is under me. No, I respect everyone, even if you're educated or not. We're all in the image of God. Oh, no problem. Right. It's not that I was discounting your PhD, but I'm just saying, just please be careful when it comes to there's just the religion in women. Because like it doesn't from my experience, the dudes that had the most broads or was the most successful with broads, they weren't really bringing up their religion. And the only religious dudes that be getting mad broads are the pastors. Right? Like the only people in church that I see be getting all the broads is the pastors, the pastor's son, and the musicians, and maybe people on the deacon board, right? Basically the hustlers of the church. These are the people that be getting all the these be the people that be getting all the broads. Because unfortunately the broads in church, they will walk right past you. Even PhD, like you could have a whole PhD and literally be positioned to save their life. The broads, they go into the church and they're only looking at the pastor, the pastor's son, and the the musicians. If they're all taking, they're just gonna be like, oh, there's no single men in church. They'll just be, oh, no, there's nobody. You know. So I'm not saying anything that you said was wrong. It's just a lot of the religious stuff can be a bit, not necessarily redundant, but it could just be irrelevant, particularly when it comes, especially when we're talking about women, we're talking about marriage, we're talking about long-term relationships, babies, right? There's no religion in that, you know, especially if she decides to end it. There's no religion that's going to keep her in that situation. If she wants to go, she wants to go. Nothing that Allah or God, Muhammad, any of these. If she wants to go, she's gonna go. There's nothing that these entities can do anything about it. Right? That's now that I don't think that can really be refuted. Because God could literally tell those hoes, you need to stay with your man, and they're gonna be like, really? they're gonna be like, really? Do I have to? Oh man. 15YJZ says, now I understand why Akaash was mad, because Fresh and Myron ruin their lives in interactions with women and don't tolerate women like Akaash's wife. In fact, Akaash's wife is basically the same broads that be going on Fresh and Fit show. It's the exact same mentality. In fact, she's worse than most of those broads. She's worse. Right? Pyro says, I think black women are beautiful, but they're just mean and they pick horrible dudes because they can't stand educated lames. These are facts. These are facts. This can't even be disputed. Like, yeah. And people can say, oh, you generalizing black women. Look. Hey man, look, it is what it is, man. I can't do anything about that. Like, people will say, man, you making black women look bad. It's like, it's not me making black women look bad. like I didn't have a podcast pre 2022 and the same things were happening. It's not me making them look bad. They're making themselves look bad, right? And I've said many times on the show, there's no difference between black women and white women. It's just black women have zero tact. So they do all of their dirt. They don't hide their dirt, right? They have zero tact. So you'll have like a black woman, she'll talk about her body count, right? She'll say, oh, I had all of these people. Or you'll have I remember there was this one black woman who was calling out women in general, particularly her friends, where she's like, look, if you're going to go on this girl trip with me, we all finna be hoeing. So if you're married, stop trying to go on girl trips with me. And I respected her for being honest. But most women keep that information on the hush hush, right? So that's the difference. Black women have no tact. Now Latina women are similar. They have a little bit more, just a little bit more tact than black women, but Latina women tend to get away with murder for some reason. You know, it is what it is. I think that's a bit unfair, me personally, but you know, it's just it is what it is. And like I said right here, G-Man said it best. Black women are professionals at bad PR. Exactly. It's just they have terrible PR. So, because like right now in my life, I know I'm talking about, I can pull up several black women that I know in my life that have my back. I'm talking about loyal. I'm talking about not even no sex involved. I'm just saying just loyal. Right? But women like that, those type of black women, for some reason, they don't get promoted. We promote the Meg Thee Stallions. We promote the Sexy Reds. We promote the Kayla Nicoles. Right? And she's just been and Kayla Nicole has just been exposed to being a loser. So that's the only difference. They put certain black women up there, like they'll promote certain black women that should not be promoted. So that just makes it worse for black women in general. Because I know plenty of black women that are great, plenty in my personal life. I'm talking about great people. Had my back when nobody had my back, even when they disagreed with me, even if they don't even want to talk to me, have my back to this. I'm talking about to this day. I remember dudes was trying to jump me back in the day, and I'm talking about girl came to me. Mind you, we were not in the best of terms at the time, still not. She comes in, yo, you know those dudes are trying to jump you, right? And I was like, them? And I'm looking at them, and I'm like, you know what? She's not lying. I was like, because the people that she pointed out, I was like, oh, she's not lying. They've been sitting there snickering, laughing with me, keying. And here I got these white dudes trying to jump me. What? I was like, okay. I was like, okay. This is when I was young. This is like when I was a lot younger. But I'm talking about she still has my back to this day. To this day. She knows a lot of dirt on me, but still has my back, right? One of the side chicks, right? I'll put it out there. My cousin's side chick, great, hates my channel, great person. I'm talking about she don't agree with nothing on my channel. Anytime I got a show, Chris, why don't you invite me to the show? You know I'm gonna show up every time. Loyal, right? But women like that, they don't get promoted, right? It's unfortunately, it's like I say, it's bad PR. Bad PR. He says, yes, sir, I know because I have a stuttering problem. He says, my parents think stuttering is deceased, but what they don't understand, it's a disorder. And I stopped explaining to them and concentrated on my studies and got a PhD. Good for you. Like I said, there's a lot of people in this space, or there's people in the space that have that. And they have a flourishing YouTube channel, right? Stuttering don't mean like, you know, there's a lot of people that think that, I guess, stuttering is a sign of like unintelligence or if you're not smart, but that's not true. But there's still a lot of people living in the Stone Ages when it comes to the stuttering thing. That is just a disorder. It's not a sign of a lack of intelligence, right? So if somebody has a stutter, that doesn't mean that they're not smart. But there's some people that live in the Stone Ages with that. I saw something here. So 15YJZ says the fresh and fit advice, aka red pill advice, is direct opposition to how Akaash runs his marriage. He was simply convicted and it manifested through lashing out at fresh and fit. And then on top of that, let me say this. Fresh and fit was low-hanging fruit. Right? Since Fresh and Fit already had a notorious reputation, and most of the stuff, particularly what Myron does, he does this to trigger a react. Like a lot of the stuff he says is to trigger a reaction, right? Myron is basically the king of triggering the reactions from the normies. He knows exactly what to say that's going to trigger the average person. Right? He knows exactly, and same with to a lesser extent Nick Fuentes, but Myron knows exactly what to say. First of all, mind you, Myron's from Connecticut, so things are a little bit different over here. There's certain counties that are very racist. So in Connecticut is right. So he probably had to deal with it. I don't know Myron per se, but I'm pretty sure he already had to deal with it heavy when 9/11 happened. So I already know he got all the jokes from the white dudes, the black dudes. Connecticut is a little bit of a different beast when it comes to racism, right? Like you got like legit racists that be living in Connecticut. So particularly in the richer, like when you're talking about the richer towns and counties, or if you go to a certain school, it'll be white dudes that will be, particularly the younger teenage white dudes, that are going to be super racist. So Myron already knows, he's been given all the tools. He's been given God has literally given him everything necessary to trigger the average folk. So he knows exactly what to say to trigger people. So because of that, it makes Fresh and Fit and that platform an easy target to, you know, lecture on. Because I'll say this, if a Coach Greg Adams or somebody a MGTOW adjacent came on the Flagrant Podcast and they said what they said, but in a different way, Akaash wouldn't be that emboldened to quote unquote disrespect that person, right? But because Myron at the time in that show, they had a reputation. So Akaash was already rubbing his hands like Birdman to quote unquote put that podcast in their place for brownie points from the normie population. It's the same reason why you see Abin Preach, right? This is why Abin Preach is, a lot of their videos is literally dedicated to Fresh and Fit. It's like a good 40%, it's like 25 to 40% of their videos is Fresh and Fit related. And I'm like, don't they got nothing? They got nothing else to talk about, but they know the more they bash on Fresh and Fit, they can be seen as the good guys. You see, we're bashing the red pill. And by bashing the red pill, we mean by bashing Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit and Just Pearly, you know, the easy targets, right? This is what the simps do. This is why I also say on this channel, don't be so quick to bash on low-hanging fruit. But this is real life advice, real quick. This is real life advice. So Samuel VJ Kumar says, tell me how to build muscle. If you have any gym experience, how to get an 8-pack, and give me advice how to read women's mind, because I'm thinking of getting married. Tell me whom to marry, how to know. I don't know if he's trolling. I think he's trolling there. Or he's probably making fun of, but that's basically Fresh and Fit's content right there, what he just said. But most of Myron's stuff, he's just rage baiting. He basically knows he's been given too much tools in his life. I can tell. He's been given too much. He knows exactly what's going to trigger the normie population. He said, no, sir. Oh, so you dead serious. Well, let me see. Let me go through what he said. Tell me how to build muscle. If you have any gym experience. Well, the gym destroyed my body. So I don't have really positive gym experience. I was more fit when I wasn't in the gym. So that's just me. That's me personally. Now, I'm a soccer player, so it's a bit different. So I look at the gym a little bit different. Maybe if I stop playing soccer, I will be back in the gym crazy, but I didn't need the gym to build muscle, particularly when I was younger. I didn't need the gym to build muscle. I didn't need the gym to get a 6-pack. I didn't need the gym to build muscle, right? Especially, I'll say, I remember when I did the boot camp. I was like, I think the best shape I ever was low key in my life was that first 2 or 3 weeks of the summer camp. Not necessarily the summer. It was like the before the soccer season started when I went to college, and they make you do all the physical stuff. And there was no gym involved. And low key, that was the best shape I was in terms of just when it comes to my stomach, when it comes to my chest, when it comes to my arms, my legs. Now, I did end up having a sports hernia that really bothered me for the next 4 or 5 years. Still bothers me at times. The hernia injury that I sustained. But in terms of my body, in terms of, I was able to, when I did, that was crazy cardio. They was making me do crazy cardio. It was really unnecessary, but it was making me do crazy cardio. And it was making us, we were doing like, for the first 2 or 3 weeks, they was making us do practice 3 times a day for like the first 3 weeks. First 2 to 3 weeks, we were practicing 3 times a day. So I had like zero body fat, all muscle at that time. Zero. It was impossible. So I did gain some weight. No. I lost weight, but it was like I looked bigger, if that makes sense at the time. So I went from like 150 something to like 145, but I looked bigger. People thought I grew taller at that time, but it was just I was a little bit bigger because I was in perfect shape. Right. So if you play, there's certain sports that you play is always going to put you in shape. So soccer is one of those sports. Technically, basketball is too, but soccer is it's a sport. I went like 3 or 4 or 5 years without even doing like cardio, running and stuff like that. But because I was so much in shape from middle school to high school that I could literally still eat whatever I want and not destroy my body. That's how much shape, when you play sports like soccer, you're going to be in shape. It's easy. Now, in terms of building muscle, you got to eat. And The key to that is water intake. You got to be drinking at least, if you want to build muscle, when you really want to eat more, you got to be working out more, and your water intake needs to be at least, I'll say at least 5 glasses of water. If you really want to build a foundation, because if you just try to do it without the water, you're gonna die. you're gonna die, and you're definitely not gonna be able to. You're definitely not going to be able to keep the food in your stomach, right? Your water intake needs to go way up if you really want to build a foundation. Because I don't really think building muscle is the key. I just think you just need to be in shape. Because the gym is just really for toning. The gym doesn't necessarily make you stronger. The gym is just for toning. When you actually play the sport, when you actually do the activities, like say if you work in a warehouse, or if you do things where you're constantly having to lift things, those are the things that actually real life application that actually makes you stronger. The gym just makes you, it's just toning. Gym is just for toning, right? That's what the gym is for. It doesn't really make you more fit. It does. And if you're not careful, if you do too much gym, you can get yourself hurt easier. That's what happened to me. So so when it comes to the gym, I'm like, He said, give me advice how to read a woman's mind. At the end of the day, just watch what a woman do, not what she says. Don't take what a woman says. I'm not saying don't. I was about to say don't take what a woman says seriously. I was just about to say just watch what she does. Watch what a woman does, not what she says. That's the only advice I can give you. Right? But if you really want to build muscle, your water intake needs to go up, like way up. So Pyro says, that's what I'm saying. All these ninjas do is talk about two scammers. All they do is spam the same videos about fresh and fit. Yeah, like I've been preached, 40% of their content, from what I've been seeing for these past couple years, it's like 40% of their content. Every other week, every other upload, it's a fresh and fit upload. And you're just like, y'all can't talk about nobody else. And if they do talk about somebody else, it's probably Sneeko or Andrew Tate, right? It's low hanging fruit. It's just like, wow. I'm like, you're just gonna make the red pill just fresh and fit and Andrew Tate. It's just so lazy. It's so lazy. It's so lazy, man. It's anyway. Anyway, I want you to watch this story too. Take a look. This is the stuff you got to also pay attention to. Just pay attention to this part. No problem, Samuel. But pay attention to this part that I'm about to show you.
Okay, I have two butthole stories. So one time I met this guy on Tinder and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to fucking hook up. And I like woke up in the morning and like my asshole was a little sore.
Oh my God.
And I remember that he
What kind of porn do you watch?
So that story that she said, that was I don't know how to say it, but that was a truth, and she lied in that truthful story, if that makes sense, right? So the lie here is, oh, I just fell asleep and I just woke up and then my butt was sore. No, that was the lie. So the lie there was basically she's trying to insinuate that he went up the exit hole without consent. That was the lie. What really happened was she let that dude go up the exit hole consensually. The way she tried to make it sound like that it was non-consensual. No. She let him sleep over. She let him sleep with him, but she told him, no, you can't do me regular style. You got to do it up the exit hole. So I can still say I'm a virgin. Oh, man. Oh, Dragod. Dragod, right? He said, hey, Chris, ghost listener for a while. Have you watched that recent viral CNA video on the failing marriage rates? Passport bro movement needs to vet much harder now. Women are the same everywhere. Oh, I agree. I agree, because I said this the other day. As much as I'm pro passport bro movement, but their success rate is really a 60% success rate if you really think about it, which is still not bad per se. It's a better success rate than the States when it comes to marriages and relationships. But in terms of, because the point for me when it comes to the passport bro movement, you need to move to a country where the laws favor you as a man. So where the women don't have the incentive to break up your family and take your kids away from you. You got to find a country where they're basically, it's illegal to do that for the woman. So the ball is in your court as a man. So this is why people talk about Philippines, right? Or Colombia, because like in the Philippines, it's illegal to divorce, right? Thailand, Colombia, similar things. They don't have, child support. They don't got no family court. So the ball is in your court as a man, right? But you are right. I haven't seen the viral video. If you want to put the link in the if you want to put the link, if you have the link, you can put the link in the chat and I'll see. But let me see. He said the recent viral CNA video on the failing marriage rates. You're gonna have to just put the link. If you have the video, put the link in the chat. Or if you have my Instagram is still linked to my YouTube. You can send the YouTube link via the Instagram and send it to my inbox, or you can just put it in the chat. Right? So Samuel says, why women think all men are grapists. When I was doing my master's degree before PhD, one girl said that all men are grapists. She has genocide mentality. That's why we need to be careful and cautious. Well, yeah, they broaden the definition of grape so they can have a victim story to fall to, just in case if they get caught being a hoe, right? Right? Back in the day when you had black dudes getting hung because they got caught sleeping with white women, and white women said it was grape. So it's just a story, classic story. So it's the same thing. Women broaden the definition of grape on purpose, so it gives them a bigger fallback or a landing space. So when they get caught being a hoe, or if their future husbands find out they were doing this in college, they can say, oh, this was non-consensual, right? It's an excuse. So this is why women do this thing. So like if they have so how they say that they have that fake statistic when they said that one out of 4 women have been raped on college campus, which is a lie. That is a huge lie. Right? But when you look at what they qualify as grape or SA, when you actually look at the stuff that they qualify as grape or SA, you're just like, wait a minute, that's not. Because nowadays, if you lie about your occupation, say if you lied to get a girl into your bed, you say you were a doctor, but you were really a sandwich artist at Subway, right? If you were able to sleep with a woman like that, and they find out you were a sandwich artist at Subway or at Quiznos, right? They're gonna say that they qualify that as grape. I think it's even a law, even if I'm not mistaken. So it was definitely proposed as a law in New York. So they qualify all those as grape. So if you're both drunk, but y'all slept with each other, they qualify that as grape. If you quote unquote convince her to sleep with you, but she didn't really want to, but she ends up sleeping with you, and she regrets it later, she qualifies as it qualifies as grape. So what we have right now is a culture of where women can retroactively take away consent. So you're going to see this in the future with these OnlyFans broads, right? And you're seeing it right now. You're seeing it right now with these ex-adult film stars. You got all these adult film stars. They become Christian, right? They join the church, and then they said that they were pressured into doing pornography. They were pressured. They didn't want to do the corn. They want all their corn deleted off the internet. They were young and impressionable. This is what Mia Khalifa's trying to do. Riley Reid, I think. Yeah, Riley Reid and Lana Rhoades. Yeah, Lana Rhoades is trying to do that, right? So you're going to see that with the OF girls. The OF girls are going to say they were pressured into doing OF. My boyfriend pressured me into doing OF. You heard Ruby Rose. Ruby Rose blames DDG for doing OF, right? So this is, and they're going to say that's great. This is, they're doing this on purpose because they know later on their digital footprint is going to be whatever. They're either going to blame it on AI, they're going to say it's fake, it's AI, and if that doesn't work, they're going to say they were graped. So that's the strategy, because their digital footprint is too much. it's too much, and they're going to need, and once they're going to look to marry later on, or they find a dude that they really like, and then they find out they did these things in the past. It's, shout out to Jerry Solero. Yeah, she's a demon. Facts. She's a demon. Oh man. And you're even gonna see it with the girls that are on these seeking apps, or on these sugar apps, these sugar daddy apps. So I'll even tell like these dudes that are, quote unquote paying for it. I have no problem with them doing that per se, but I would tell the sugar daddies or the so-called tricks, please be careful, particularly with the younger women. In the future, once they regret all these things, they're going to say that they were graped and that they were, they were getting financially taken advantage of, and that they had no choice but to finance, because of their finances, they had to become a sugar baby. That's going to be the play, post 2026, because you're going to have a lot of Gen Z. They're going to be turning 30 during that time. A lot of Gen Z is going to be 30. Or around that 30 mark. So yeah, I'll say 2030, but I'll say post 2026, you're going to see a lot of that nonsense. So 30 hits, and that's when most of Gen Z are going to be in their early 30s. You're going to start seeing stuff like that, where you're going to have girls that used to be on Seeking, they used to be sugar babies. They're going to say that they were graped. That's what they're going to do, and they had no choice. You remember that tweet that went viral where you had like a former escort, where she said, I would go on these trips with these men and they would pay me the money, and then I had no choice but to let them grape my body. I was like, no, ma'am, that doesn't work that way. But it's gonna work. They're gonna pull it. They're gonna pull it. Trust me. So that whole grape thing, this is why I always Pyro's already trolling. Shout out to Young Doka in the chat, man. It's good to see you, man. Yeah, Young Doka. You know who I haven't seen? Pyro, you know who I haven't seen in a while, and I hope he's okay. Angel. I haven't seen Angel in a minute, man. That I think wait, no. I think no, I got him on Instagram, but I haven't seen him tuned in on YouTube in a minute. I hope because there's this dude that sends me all the memes on Instagram, and we be messaging each other. I hope that's him. I hope that's Angel, but that might be somebody else. That might be Carlos or somebody else. So I haven't seen Angel because I haven't seen Angel on AJ's channel. I haven't seen him tune in on my channel either. So I hope he's straight, because I remember he said he was moving from New York to Vegas. So I hope everything's all good with Angel. I haven't seen him in a minute. And I haven't seen Rocky in a while, but he's probably in the comments somewhere, right? Yeah, Doug. Oh no. You said you've seen because Doug has his own channel. I love it. Yeah, Doug MPA is cool as hell, man. That's AJ's brother. Doug is an interesting person. He always brings up a perspective that I'm like, damn, I didn't really think about that. I sometimes as a YouTuber, you thinking you're covering, you covered all your angles, and then Doug will come up with something, and I'm like, oh shit. I did not think about that for a second. Even if it's something I disagree with, I'll be like, oh shoot. So Doug is a very interesting. Doug MPA is he has a very interesting perspective on things. But Angel, yeah, I haven't seen Angel in a minute. I hope he's the guy that's been messaging me on Instagram, because sometimes I'd be mixing up these folks. Because there's a lot of older folks that be following this channel, believe it or not. Because Angel's in his late 50s, Rocky is in his 40s, AJ's in his 40s, and then I know there's two other people that follow this channel. They're in their 50s, right? Same with AJ. They follow AJ's channel. They're in their 50s. So Doug be making some great points. So shout out to Doug MPA. Follow him. But yeah, I haven't seen Angel in a minute. So shout out to Dre God. He says, I'm not even thinking about American women anymore, and I'm way past American black women. Same here. He says, don't care how much they shame me. Ain't marrying a 304. Me and you around the same age, Chris. Oh yeah. So there's a lot of, mind you, so that means he's in his late 20s. So there's a lot of dudes around my age range. They got that same mentality. They're not even, they're not even thinking about American, not even just American black women. Like, they're already cooked, but in terms of American women in general, they're like, nah. And the dudes that have the means, they're importing their bitches, right? So they're importing their women from different countries, even though that's not a good idea, but I already told you that was going to happen, because the American women, they're just not doing things the right way. Right? So yeah, there's a lot of black men, and I'll say there's a lot of younger black men. I don't know why. You'll have like black women, they'll be shocked when they're seeing more younger black men like dating outside their race more than ever now. And they're just shocked. They're just like, why are they doing this? I'm like, they're seeing the stuff that you're putting on Twitter. They're seeing the videos you're making. They're seeing the stuff. They're seeing you in real life. The podcasters are calling you out, right? And like I said, it's just bad PR. It's bad PR. They see how a lot of y'all be acting in high school, right? Be 7 a.m. and y'all loud as hell wearing. Never mind. Let me not even get into that. Let me not get into that. Yeah, they be tight. He said, G-Man. He says, G-Man says the NBA NFL draft picks where the black players get a Becky, Matia. I think you meant Matilda or mingling, but basically they're getting they're just getting something different, right? Oh, a Ling you meant. Yeah, a Ling. So yeah, they're getting either a Becky, a Matilda, or a Ling. Oh, Maria, you meant to say. Matilda's more of a Spanish name for like an older Hispanic woman, right? Yeah. So that Ling. Yeah, they're getting Asian broads. Shout out to Miles Garrett. He got an Asian broad. Right. But yeah, that's what, because the younger black men, they're just like, it makes sense. Because you got to look at it from a political standpoint. A lot of the dudes that are having problems with their broads in the NBA and NFL, they're in a relationship with a black woman, right? So they're seeing those relationships also play out, and they're just like, look, there's not a whole, in their mind, they're like, there's not a whole lot of Savannah James out there. There ain't a whole lot of Savannah James out there. So they're not even, I'll say this. People say that once Barack Obama and Michelle Obama break up, that's going to be the end of black relationships. But I'll say this. If Savannah divorces LeBron, it's over. It is over. It's gonna be ninjas in Walmart dropping to their knees if Savannah James breaks up with divorces LeBron. Now I'll say this: if she like divorces LeBron like later down in the line, like say after, because their youngest child is their youngest daughter, Zuri. Like if Zuri, once she turns 18 and leaves the house, right? And then they divorce, it won't be nothing then. But since they still got, that's their last child, Yuri, is her name Yuri or Zuri? Anyways, the young daughter. If they decide to divorce while she's still like at that middle school, I think she's in middle school, right? Yeah, she's in middle school. If she decides to leave during that part, man, people are they'd be like, there's no hope. They're gonna be like, there's no hope for black relationships, right? But anyways, let me play this part.
Sore.
Oh my god!
And I remember what kind of porn do you watch when you use a vibrator?
Okay, not gonna lie, I don't watch porn while using a vibrator. What? I just think my imagination is vibration enough.
Wow.
I'm just thinking of like my own husband while I'm like doing it.
Wait, that's kind of baller, but I could never do that.
Yeah. And so I was using when your husband split finances, and I'm gonna be really fucking.
That's crazy work. That's another example of crazy work right here.
I don't.
We don't.
First of all, that's a fucking red flag. I'm not like, no joke. I love you girls. If you want to work, all for that, whatever. But like any man that doesn't want to have a joint bank account or isn't being transparent with his accounts or has separate accounts, that's a fucking red flag. This is not a two-way street. This is a one-way street. His money is our money and my money is my money. And look, have I only made $600 from content creating?
Well, I went up $100 from last week.
But that's my money. Okay.
I don't know if you watch The Boys, but I love him on The Boys.
I never watched that show, but like he's on my hall pass list.
Oh yeah.
Chase Crawford, Jacob Elordi.
Pyro said black relationships are already cooked anyways. It's been dead since the 70s. That's true. Oh, Young Doka said Bron and Savannah ain't real anyways. Neither is, Obeezy and Michelle, right? But I'm talking about the symbolism of it, right? That's like the last bastion of one of the last bastions of black love that because unfortunately Americans, they look up to entertainers. So they're just going to look at that and they're just going to be like, there's no hope, right? It's the same, like, remember like Corey Hardick and Tia Mowry, they were one of the examples of quote unquote, long lasting black love, right? So when they divorced, that was a big blow to the image of black relationships. You know what I mean? So that's what it is. Young Doka said it's baller, but she can never do that. Many men will miss her exposing herself. Yeah, I don't know this bro, because I forgot what her name is. It starts with a J. Akaash's wife. I forgot what her name is. She got like a real Eastern Indian first name. Young Doka said Obeezy and Michael. You mean allegedly? I don't want my channel taken down. Said put all the money in the bag, type of 304. Yeah. But like I said, he could have avoided this. Akaash could have avoided this had he stopped picking on low hanging fruit. So I remember when Fresh and Fit went on their podcast, 3 years ago? Yeah, 3 years ago. I don't remember if I did a video on that per se, but I do remember talking about it. And I was like, I do remember saying Akaash and Andrew are not arguing in good faith because both of them are married. And there were two other people too that was commentating. It was like another black dude and a white dude that was sitting at a desk trying to pick apart what Myron and Fresh were saying, but particularly what Myron was saying. So this was the episode right here when they visit the Flagrant podcast where Akaash was on his real white knight type ish, trying to he was trying to do that. He pulled an Andrew Wilson on Myron right there. No disrespect.
One person in the relationship, whoever cares less has the leverage, and we want the guy to always care less. We want the man to always have the leverage.
Childish as fuck.
And you guys might not like hearing that.
Childish.
But we truly feel.
I'm not. These aren't new beliefs, bro. You're not telling me some shit none of us have ever heard. We all heard this.
I mean, I'm married. Akaash married. Mark is married, right? Like, it's possible. Now, granted, we might call you in 10 years and be like, y'all were fucking right. You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. So for context, I went to college from best life. It is that painful.
My wife also hadn't had any sexual partners, so that helped us connect a lot more.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe her?
One person in the relationship, whoever cares less.
But I remember that whole interview with the Fresh and Fit and Flagrant episode. Like they were like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, I thought this was supposed to be the Flagrant podcast. They trying to act like they not on the same time that demon time that Fresh and Fit are on. I remember watching that. I was just like, yeah, I'm like that Flagrant crew. I thought that was one of the last, crew of people that weren't going to go turn into white knights right before my very eyes, So let me see if I can find that full video where he talks about when Andrew had revealed to the Fresh and Fit crew, where he's like, well, Akaash, he's only been with his wife, so you got to understand from his vantage point, right? And I was like, oh, damn, he finna be destroyed. So when they revealed that about Akaash only being with his wife, and that was the only experience he's had with a woman, I was like, yo, he's gonna get cooked, or he's currently getting cooked as we speak, right? Oh, so we got a couple videos of Akaash's wife replying to Instagram comments about her embarrassing her husband on the internet for clout.
This comment is so fucking gross to me.
So the comment she's responding to is, the comment says, damn, Akaash waited and you didn't. Damn. So let's look at her response to that.
This comment is so fucking gross to me. Excuse my face, I just got a Fraxel, so it looks a little crazy, but it's like, who the fuck are you to talk about when I lost my fucking virginity? I will talk about it because it's my fucking sexuality and it's my fucking story, so sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. And also, do you think Akaash never touched a fucking woman before he met me? Like, we both hooked up with people, we both were in relationships, and then together, we both lost our virginity. So
not according to Akaash. Not according to Akaash. And then you said that you told him that you were a virgin, but now you're saying that you did tell him, or he knew that you weren't, that you were. So I have a feeling, because somebody had brought up that that apparently that they almost didn't get married. So maybe during that little break, Akaash probably found out but he was in he was in too deep. He was in too deep.
Sit the fuck down. You're like, just unfollow me. You're so annoying.
Oh, poor Akaash. But I can't really say poor Akaash. And maybe I might have to start, like I said, I might have to start going the Undead Chronic route, because you know when I've come on here, even though Crowder said what he said about the red pill space, and then he got what was coming to him. I still stuck up for Crowder because what his wife or his ex-wife was doing to him was evil and cruel. So I still was like, well, Hillary Crowder, she's wrong for what she's doing. But maybe I'm gonna have to start going the Undead Chronic route, particularly to guys that are going out their way to discredit this space and act like what we're saying is not true, and how we're just hurt and we're just selling people a bill of goods, and then just for their personal life to reflect what we've been warning the average man about. Eventually I'm gonna be like, well, this is the lesson that this simp had to learn. He gets no sympathy from me. So eventually I'm gonna start doing that, because the Andrew Wilson situation currently, and particularly the stuff that Andrew Wilson was saying, calling CGA a feminist, saying that he's just promoting feminism, but in a opposite way. All the same shaming tactics. He'd even know that, mind you, Andrew Wilson didn't even know that a divorce is a lawsuit. He'd even know that, like, divorce court, like family court is unavoidable, even without a marriage. You still can fare very bad if it, but just the fact, like, and then just to, like, where he's just acting like what we're saying, we have no points. We got no, there's nothing to what CGA was saying. There's nothing to what MGTOW was saying. There's nothing. The red pill is offering nothing. So eventually, like I said, on this channel, I've been very merciful, right? So even the guys that have shitted on the red pill, if I see their girl doing them dirty, particularly in the family court or in the public eye, I'll be like, look, I know we didn't see eye to eye, but he's being done dirty. Eventually, I might have to start going the Undead Chronic route. You see how, like, Undead Chronic was he was when he'll just make fun of the dudes, the grifters that get caught, or he, like, where he was going in on Shannon Sharp getting played by an escort, right? Or he'll just, like, basically any grifter that gets caught, he'll just go in. I might have to start doing that, because my patience is running thin, particularly the Akaash types, the Abba and Preach types, right? These people that are trying to earn brownie points by quote unquote talking about the quote unquote red pill incels, just so they can prove that I'm not like those guys. You know what I mean? Those guys, when they get caught up, I might not show mercy. Just to let you guys know, because the Andrew Wilson situation has really opened my eyes. You got these dudes talking about CJ don't know what he's talking about. CJ made no points. And I'm talking about the channel that is praising Andrew Wilson. And then you ask him, wait, do you know what family court is? And the person that runs the channel is saying himself, he married a single mom. And he's taking care of a kid that doesn't belong to him. And he has no idea what's the big, he literally said, what's the big deal with family court? What's so dangerous about it? And these are the people that are that that will look you in the face and said that CJ lost. So so that really opened my eyes. They are, and people were saying that they should have had a different type of moderator. You know who would have been the perfect moderator for that debate? The Andrew Wilson CGA debate? You know who would have been the perfect moderator? Chronic. Chronic would have been the perfect moderator because he don't fuck with CJ at all, right? But he did have a debate with Andrew Wilson. He would be the perfect. He would be completely objective. He'd be the only person that's like completely objective because he has his opinion about Andrew Wilson, and he don't really fuck with CJ like that. He would have been the perfect moderator. But the moderator was like a young kid, right? Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. I saw something real quick. Let me see. So Amy said the red pill is embarrassing. Look at Andrew Wilson's wife from whatever podcast. She has 3 baby daddies. But here's the mistake that you made. Andrew Wilson, he's not red pill. He likes to grift off the red pill, but he's not even a trad con. He likes to say, I'm a Christian ethicist. You know, that's what he likes to say. But what he does, he likes to buddy up with people in the red pill space, so the people in the red pill space don't talk dirty about. So don't put him on blast for marrying a woman with marrying a woman that had 2 baby daddies with 3 kids with 2 different dudes. I confused myself. So Andrew Wilson is not red pill. He's actually the first person to say he's not red pill. And he actually shits on our space a lot for clicks, just to gain brownie points from his Christian conservative crowd. So you have a lot of people in that Christian conservative crowd. They like to kind of float in and out of the RP space and use the RP space for views and clicks, but then criticize us on the back end and act like we don't know what we're talking about when it comes to marriage. This is what a lot of Christian conservatives do. So they give the RP space a bad name because they use our space for views and clicks. And then on the back end, shit on our space when we say avoid marriage, avoid cohabitation. Right? So that's the confusion. That's the confusion. So I'm sorry that Andrew Wilson, like I said, Andrew Wilson is a charlatan. In my opinion. So I just got to keep it a buck. He's a charlatan. So, and that's no disrespect to you, Amy. That's no disrespect to you, Amy, because you just didn't know. But Andrew Wilson is part of the problem. I agree with you. He's part of the problem. Andrew Wilson is a charlatan. He is a fraudster. He gains his. I don't look at him as this so-called master. What is South Park made South Park made that show? What they call it, the master debater, right? Andrew Wilson, he's this master debater. I would hope. I made the joke the other day. I was like, I would hope that you can win a debate against a liberal that thinks that a man is a woman and a woman is a man. I would hope that you can quote unquote destroy that liberal in a debate. I would hope so. Right? So Andrew, he just doesn't impress me, respectfully. Right? So shout out to Dre God. He said, I'm orthodox like Andrew, but I'm on a completely different wavelength than him. He's leading men into the slaughterhouse by not informing his audience about the family divorce courts. In fact, I think he knows about it. He just doesn't want to mention it because he has a history. He has a history, but he just want to act like when CJ was bringing up and detailing what happens with the family court, how women file, he was just acting like he was saying nothing. I remember even in the debate, you could clearly hear Andrew Wilson saying, I have no idea what you're talking about. You're saying nothing right now. I mean, and then he'll say stuff like this, and then people were mad at CGA for calling him a Neanderthal. But Andrew Wilson is just trying to make CGA look stupid by saying, oh, you're not saying anything right now. It's basically the same debate tactics he would use for the OnlyFans broads, which shows you he doesn't really, his strategy is not, he's not really a debate. Look, stick with those liberals and these young college kids that don't know nothing. That's what he needs to do. Stick to that low hanging fruit. That's how the Andrew Wilson types, that's how they get off in life. That's their pleasure in life. Seeing liberals get destroyed. They don't know nothing. You know what I mean? Yeah, facts. So shout out to Young Doka. I'm going to sum up what Young Doka said. Most of the real red pillars, they're demonetized. So that's basically any MGTOW creator. Most MGTOW creators are demonetized. And you have they put all these mainstream red pill adjacent podcasts on terrorist watch lists. They put them on a terrorist list to red pill adjacent podcasts. It just shows you that it should already show you what the plan is, right? And then basically any MGTOW creator, if you're like a person that got MGTOW in your descriptions, in your titles, in your username, you're gonna get demonetized. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. You're gonna get demonetized. Especially if you're MGTOW, you're gonna get demonetized. So those are the best of the red pill space, the MGTOWs, right? Respectfully, but most of the real red pillars, right? Chronic, Hammerhand. Well, Hammerhand is MGTOW, right? But right, but those guys, Sandman, right? These guys are gonna forever be, demonetized. Oh yeah, even Ribby. Didn't Ribby get them? Yo, what's his name? Iman67. That was one of my favorite red pill channels. He's MGTOW. Well, he's more passport bro, right? But and SYSBM, right? Anytime he tries to start up his channel, he gets demonetized. So Tommy Sotomayor has been demonetized how many times? Like So Amy says, regardless of red pill or not, Andrew Wilson constantly talks about modesty and body count. He's getting clowned on TikTok. And that's the thing, because so Andrew Wilson, he just uses that whatever podcast platform so he can bash on low-hanging fruit. That's his goal. Like, his goal is to bash on low-hanging fruit. Like, there are creators that have gone on these podcasts with all these broads, right? But they don't come back because they're just like, this was a waste of time. But Andrew Wilson, he's there. He's there on he's on every freaking episode. I'm like, don't he got something else to do? This dude basically, I had a joke earlier on. I'm like, does he have a bedroom in the whatever? Does he have like a room in that studio or something? This dude is on he's on every other episode on a whatever podcast. He's on every single other episode, whether virtually or he's in studio, or if he wants to do a debate, he does it at the whatever podcast studio. I'm like, does this dude got like a room or something? But that Andrew Wilson crowd, they have this thing where they like to bang on low-hanging fruit. They take pleasure in debating liberals and young college kids. But anytime they start facing adults, for the most part, anytime they start facing adults, they lose. Even if the liberal adult is on the wrong side, they lose the debate. You saw it with Ben Shapiro when he went on the BBC podcast with Andrew McNeil and accused Andrew McNeil of being a liberal. He did, like, Ben Shapiro destroyed himself He didn't even get a chance to debate Andrew McNeil. He destroyed himself. It just shows you the intellectual levels of a lot of these trad cons, and it just shows you a lot of those guys, they didn't really get that validation growing up, so they get their pleasure in life. They get their validation from debating low-hanging fruit and liberal college kids and OnlyFans broads that don't know much about nothing, or if they do, they're just trolling. Because a lot of these OnlyFans broads, they go on these shows and they're trolling because they know that it's going to help their own individual OnlyFans numbers. These broads, they go on Fresh and Fit, and they'll tell you, "Yo, my numbers went up. I had more ninjas. I had more ninjas in my DMs. I had dudes with blue checks offering to fly me out after appearing on Fresh and Fit or the whatever podcast." It is what it is. Amy says, I don't feel sorry for Akaash at all. His whole comedy is guessing which Indian the person is and saying bitch every 2 minutes. Deserved. Well, I don't find like Akaash, he's not funny to me, right? Now Andrew Schultz, he's an interesting character. I'm not gonna say I don't find him funny, but I understand why he has a crowd. I'll say he's pretty funny, right? If that makes sense. He can because he's done shows at MSG and stuff like that. So Andrew Schultz, he has a following, he has a name for himself. And Andrew Schultz has said some things where I'm like, oh, this dude's edgy, right? But you know, that's just my opinion. Like, I'm pretty sure most people find Andrew Schultz funny. I would say, I have a very when it comes to like comedy, it's really few people I find funny, right? So I've said my top 5 list, my top 10 list in terms of all time comics, right? In my top, like what I said, what my top 10 was, because I think Chris Rock is funnier than Dave Chappelle, and most people would. And what's interesting is there's a lot of people in this chat that actually agree with me. So I've been holding that opinion for a minute. Like I have Dave Chappelle in my top 10, but I have him at like number 10, and people are like, "What? Dave Chappelle's one of the GOATs," and he is, but I don't have him above Patrice, right? So I remember I did like a top 10 list. What did I have in my top? I had like Dave Chappelle 10, was it Bill Burr 9, 8 Chris Rock. I had Bill Hicks 7, and then like Red Fox 6, and then 5 I had and then in my top 5 I knew I had like George Carlin, Bernie Mac, Patrice O'Neal, Richard Pryor, and Corey Holcomb as my number 1, right? That was my top 5. So my comedy like it's not a whole lot of, particularly especially today's there's not a whole lot of funny comics out here. So it's very few comics that I feel in terms of their stand-up. I'm talking about their stand-up where I feel moved to pay for parking, pay to drive to where I need to, or pay to take the train ride to New York and watch them perform. It's very few that are alive today where I'm like, okay, I got to see this person. Very few. And I'll say this, Cat Williams, honorable mention. Cat Williams is one of the few comics where I will disagree with him and he can still make me laugh, right? But yeah, like when it comes to comedy, you know, it's an acquired, like people find different people funny. But anyways, let's find some more Akaash videos. Let's find some more Akaash, the ones that went. Well, I think this
so fucking gross to me. Excuse my face, I just got a Fraxel, so it looks.
Yeah, we just watched that one. But that's what's been trending. That's what's been trending. Let me refresh the page. Maybe they came up with something else. You see, they came up with more things. Because I see some other videos where they had like a double date where it was like Akaash's wife and her co-host, and they both brought their husbands, right? So Akaash was there and Nav, the co-host's husband, and she was literally asking to sleep with him while Akaash was there. I don't know where that video is, but I got to find that video. That was wild. I'm like, your husband's right there. Are you saying this stuff? I'm like, you wild. You wild as hell. But anyways, let me show y'all something. Did you guys see that video with Andrew Wilson where he was responding to the super chats? Oh man. But let me see if I can find that Akaash video. Akaash wife embarrassing husband. Let me see if I can find a compilation or something. Let me see if I can find a compilation.
That's me, which is the corniest human being outside of a criminal.
Oh yeah, this is the original video where Akaash was trying to shame Myron and Fresh.
Is my preference is not my women. Now I thought it was I'm not dating my women, period, which is the corniest human being outside of a criminal, period. Akaash only.
That's not my echo. That's this guy's echo. God damn, where's his headphones? I might have to bring up another video. Jesus Christ. Oh, maybe let me see if it's Rocco TV.
Okay, let's have a listen to this.
Let's see. Okay, here we go. Let's take a listen to this guy's reaction. Because I'm seeing some videos that you guys haven't seen yet. So this is good.
Guys, I want to talk to you really quick because obviously my name keeps getting brought up by either women or men. Lately, it's...
Okay, so this is the backstory on this, is that this is Akaash Singh's wife, who's from the Flagrant Podcast, and his wife is recently...
Who's his wife?
Disrespecting her husband.
Akaash has been with one girl in his life who's his wife.
That's my wife. That's an
so
Indian
this
woman.
is like loyal through and through.
Okay. Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. So I was popping my and living my best life.
This is her defense. Again, we have to be fair. You know what I mean? So, let's hear her side of the story.
These red pill guys, because I said my money, or what did I say? His money is...
These red pill guys. Man, these bitches could literally trip on the sidewalk. These bitches could trip on the sidewalk and they will blame the red pill.
His money is our money and my money is...
Mind you, it's mostly normies roasting her. No, it's not even people in the red pill space. It's mostly normies roasting her right now. Even people that don't like Fresh and Fit. Those are the main ones putting you on blast right now.
My money, which is a common saying, whatever. I'm not even gonna elaborate because I don't fucking care to explain.
Is that really a common saying, or is that just something that like you made up on the spot?
Myself to them. But what I will say is, if you're not going to be a man for fucking women, like if you're going to say, oh, women should do this for us and we're the prize and blah, 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 at least be a man for yourselves. And what I mean by that is, so I just watched Don't Worry, Darling, finally on Netflix. It's like that movie from 2 or 3 years ago that everyone was talking about. Spoiler alert. But basically these men live in this like virtual reality simulation where everything is perfect. They go to work, their wives clean on them, wait for them. You know, like their wives are basically dependent on their men.
Okay, get to the point.
It's Andrew Tate or these fucking red.
Oh, here we go.
And Harry Singh is when the memories of their real life start. At the end, you find out that these women never consented to be in this like virtual reality thing. And like when the women start glitching is when the memories of their real life start coming back. And there's this one scene where Chris Pine, the person who orchestrates this whole like utopic town or whatever, he tells Harry Styles to dance for him. And Harry Styles dances for him like a little monkey.
Okay.
That's what I feel like you guys are doing. Whether it's Andrew Tate or these fucking red pill podcast guys, like when they tell you something.
Shout out to this guy. I don't know what his YouTube channel's name. What's this guy's channel's name? Chaotic Asian. Oh, he's just starting. He has 111 subscribers. But he's like, that's the point. You're just trying to blame Andrew Tate and the red pill guys for you getting roasted online. That's the point.
When they ask you to jump, you say how high. You're still not a man either way. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you're still a little bitch beta boy doing.
Okay, so I have to say, I love how bold she is. Like, it's good for content. Like, feminism is disgusting, but like, this is good for content. But I think what she's trying to allude to here is that we only find her disagreeable because the red pill finds her disagreeable. No. What you said was really disagreeable because it really was repugnant to even people who may not have heard of the red pill or the manosphere before. Like
I said, they're just gonna use the red pill. Any negative press that they get from men in general, or they say something which men don't like, they're just going to blame the red pill for whatever negative feedback they get. So I guess it was the red pill that made you go on your own podcast and embarrass your husband. I guess that's our fault. Oh man. Young Doka said these days comics making a name off of good looks and being relatable. Yeah, what's that dude's name? The dude that had the plastic surgery on his face. What's that comic's name? I'm blanking on his name. That's literally how he got famous, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm blanking on his name. Young Doka said normies are waking up to their celebs, choosing women who will humiliate them, from Steph Curry to your Indian comedian Akaash. Facts. I'm gonna call you Amy, or I don't know if they call you Ami. I don't know, but I'm gonna call you Amy. Amy goes, LMAO, and he met her when he was 31 and she was 22. I'll say this is the scary part, because he probably thought with the age gap, with her age, he probably just thought off rip, oh, she has a small body count. She can't have that much experience. And when he said that she was a virgin, she said that to him, she took his word for it because of her age. But like I said, in this day and age, that don't matter. You got 23-year-olds right now, 24. I'll say you have women my age right now and younger that have body counts. I'm talking about their body counts is more than women in their 40s and 50s combined. Like, there are women that are in their 40s and 50s that have a lesser body count than a woman that's like 23 right now. So this is a different time. And let me see when did I got to look up something. When did Akaash meet his wife? I know the age when they met each other. I just need to know, when did Akaash meet? Wait, Akaash wife, Akaash Singh wife age. Oh, she's like, I knew it. I'm like, she's got to be my age. Yeah, she's 20. Well, I'm 27. She's 28 years old. So I already know. Like I said, I know the women in my age bracket. I know exactly how they are. Them 97, 98 babies. I know them too well. I already know. So she oh man. Let me see what university she went to. Let me see what university she went to. Jasleen Chawla. I gotta find out, what university did she go to? Wife university. What university? Because she went to college. We got to find out which school she went to. Yo, that's what I gotta find out. Let's see. Oh Lord, these ads are killing me. They're killing me. But anyways, does anybody know by any? He said, "How did?" Okay, it was a comedy festival in New York. Oh, so she from? Let me see. I will laugh like a motherfucker if she's from Connecticut, because I'm seeing a lot of New York. A lot of New York. There's a lot of hoes in New York City. Mind you, there's a lot of hoes in New York City. A fan of his podcast, attended the festival, unaware of this event. We gotta see. I wish they really put the university, because whatever university she went to, that will tell me everything I need to know. Because I already know she was she self admitted that she was a hoe in university, but I want to find out which one. I gotta find out which one she went to. I gotta find out which one she went to. What university did Jasleen Singh attend? Oh, never mind. There's a whole lot of Jasleen. Wait, let me use her maiden name. Let me use her maiden name. Let me use her maiden name. Jasleen. What's her maiden name? I gotta find that out. Jasleen see something. Jasleen. Oh shit. Chawla. What university did Jasleen Chawla attend? Nah, that's not it. 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 Oh, God damn it. But anyways.
Like, it's just the way that you have talked about it, that, with no context whatsoever, it really sounds bad. Now, maybe, like, we don't know what goes on behind closed doors.
Hold on. He said, no, I think now she's 32 and he's 41. They met when she was 22 and he was 31. Even still, them whole, like, if your whole went to college, if your girl went to college, it's a wrap. And I'm talking about she stayed on campus. Because I don't know, my experience, and then looking at everybody else, I'll say especially that first week, that first official opening week when everybody started coming on campus, because the athletes was on campus first. And obviously we already know there was a lot of the female athletes that were there. They were hooking up with the male athletes, right? But some never mind. But anyways, that first week, oh my God. Oh my God. If my parents knew, they would have taken me out that first week. I'm talking about seeing what them hoes was doing. When I saw what them hoes was doing, I was like, oh, I get it now. I understand why these dudes be getting in trouble. Or you'll have these broads talking about, oh, I got graped. Nah. Let me tell y'all something. There is no grape culture in college at all. I'm gonna say at all. In fact, I'm gonna take it a step further. I'm gonna take it a step further. Actually, no, I'm not gonna take a step further. I just thought about what I was gonna say. I'm not gonna take a step further, but I will say this: if they were really serious about this whole grape culture, they would not be around the lions. If that makes sense, they would not be around the alligators. Because I've said this on this channel many times, who are the people that get accused the most or who gets in trouble with it? It's the athletes and the frat boys and whoever's popular on campus. But who do the women want to be with? Who do they try to sleep with on campus? Those exact three groups. So by default, you can't be complaining about a grape culture. And then on top of that, what they say about grape culture? 90% of the time, when these incidents go to the police, 90% of the time, alcohol was involved. Every party that these bitches be going to, alcohol is involved. So you lose my sympathy right there for me. But yeah, I was gonna take it a step further, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not going to. I literally thought what I was about to say. I'm like, nah. I'm like, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. I pulled a little bit. I pulled a Kevin 11. I pulled a Kevin 11 from Ben 10 real quick. Kevin 11. I made a mistake. Kevin Levin. Remember this scene from Ben 10?
Look, Gwen, you have to treat a car like you treat a woman.
Go on.
No, I sense I've made a mistake of some kind.
Yeah, I gotta clip that as well. I said, let me keep my mouth shut. But I'm just saying, these hoes was doing all types of backflips. And mind you, I went to a small university. I went to a small college. So now imagine, and when we talk about these small college, people talk. They'd be like, oh, she was with so and so, he was with her, he was with him, her was with her, right? So it's a small. So people talk. So we all know about. We basically know about who had sex with who at the college I was at. So, and they still was bold. So now imagine you at a big university, please, man. And then when I did the recruiting trip to UConn and Central, oh hell no, there is no grape culture at college. That is one of the biggest caps of all time. These hoes be hoeing. These hoes will be hoeing with dudes that have sketchy past. There were dudes, I'm talking about at the school I went to, they were in the newspaper that got in trouble for, like, they legit were in trouble with, they actually graped somebody. It was this dude that went to the college I went to. They was in the newspaper for it. It was still broads still hooking up with him. So I don't even want to hear that. they don't even. I'm talking about everybody knows about this guy's sketchy history, and he's still raking them in. I'm talking about, it was like girls finding out their homegirls were sleeping with this dude. They're like, but you know what he did, right? You know what he did to me. I know, but I just. You should hear these broads. You should hear these broads. You'd be like, oh, never mind. He said, kind of ironic. Kevin Levin loved the hell out of that car. Yeah, I gotta clip that. I definitely gotta clip that. Especially Ben 10's smile. Look at him. Look at him smile when Kevin said what he said. Ben 10 was a prime instigator in that series.
No, I sense I've made a mistake of some kind.
You might see me like in a debate one day, and I might take it too far. They're gonna be like, Chris, do you want to repeat what you said? No, I sense I've made a mistake. I think I took it too far. I know I can get a bit excited when it comes to these things. Wait, Amy, are you? I hope you're not lying. You said she went to Drexel. No way. Yeah, she done got tossed. She got tossed. Yeah. Drexel, by the way, Drexel University. It is in Pennsylvania. It's a D1 school. It's a D2 or D1, but it's a pretty popular university. But yes, that university, yes, she got tossed. She got tossed. You said, and she's from PA? Yeah, she got tossed. She got tossed. She went to Drexel. I did a tour at Drexel as well, but that was in high school. That wasn't like when I was at college. That's a big yeah. Anyway, she got tossed. There's no way she really went to Drexel. Oh man, that's funny. Thank you for that information. Thank you for that information. She went to Drexel. Oh Lord. I think Drexel, that's in Philly. Or that's right outside of Philly, right? Let me see. Drexel University address. Yeah, Philadelphia. It's got to be Philadelphia. Yeah, Drexel's in Philadelphia. Yep. Just to show you I'm not making this stuff up. Yep, it's in Philadelphia, Drexel University. But yeah, Drexel. Oh man, first of all, she's not telling the whole truth. Then, because she was getting tossed not just by the frat boys, but that means she done got hit by some ninjas too. She got hit by, I'll say mainly frat boys, but she got hit by some ninjas too. Yes. Oh yes. She definitely got hit by some ninjas. Facts. Definitely. No ifs, ands, and buts about that. She went to Drexel. You should have never told me that. Oh man. So Amy says, I know because I have been following her on TikTok for a long time. She brags every day about how many Gucci bags he buys her. Oh Lord, she's yeah. That's why people were saying that. People were calling her on Twitter. They were calling her Aisha Chicken Curry. They was calling her they were calling her Aisha Chicken Curry. That's wild work. And people were saying that she was worse than Jada. But when you look at these videos when she's talking, especially when she's on her podcast talking about her husband, is wild work.
Maybe there's a dynamic between you and your husband, or like some kind of like agreement on how y'all can talk about each other in public. And yeah, he has his own comedy tour and he talks trash about you. So that's something else. But like everything that you are putting out about your love context, just say
these fucking men tell you, doing whatever these fucking men tell you. Why are you mad at us? Why are you mad if me and my husband are cool with each other? If we
Are you really cool? Is he really cool with what you said?
That ninja a hostage.
Make jokes at each other's expense. The difference.
So this is what I'm talking about, where there is like, Akaash does comedy and he does.
No one has anything.
Because we have to be fair.
Difference is my husband will go on stage and say whatever the fuck he wants about me. No one has anything to say. It's like, oh my God, it's so funny, it's so relatable. But then I come on TikTok and I make jokes and now you have a fucking problem?
You said popping your punani for them white boys at them frat parties. That was a joke? No, those are not jokes. This is why we be saying like women are not good comedians. First of all, they when it comes to the main points of comedy is timing. Women have terrible timing. Most female comics have terrible timing, and women in general just have terrible situational awareness because they're just used to being able to yap at the mouth without being punched in the face. So they just say whatever just comes to mind without any consequence. So they have zero timing. So now she's trying to say this is just comedy. Ma'am, you're not a comedian. You're not even really I can't even really call you a podcaster per se. You just be talking. She don't say she offers nothing. She's exactly the type of broad that that the fresh and fit people be taking advantage of and putting them on their show and making them look stupid, even though they already are stupid. But it just makes them look worse. She's exactly that.
Because I don't have a mic in my hand.
I don't know. That's just jokes. I mean, it's meant to be funny, I guess. But there's no indication that what you the comedy skit by Akaash.
Fucking misogyny. Like, make it make sense. I'm not here for the fucking misogyny. One thing that I will say, being canceled by this, like, people doesn't affect me as much because I genuinely don't respect them. I'm just like, okay, like, talk about me all you want, drive traffic to my page. Our YouTube video, our podcast episode that me and Nahal did got 37,000 views, which for us is really fucking high because we're just starting out. So I'm like, okay, keep driving traffic. I'm not even going to read any of the comments. So it's like, what are you doing this for? Like, there's no way you can be happy. Like, you cannot be happy just doing this. And I feel like if you honestly just tried to find God, worked on yourself, went to therapy, you would feel so much better than what these like little cockroaches and
there we go. Find God. Go to therapy. Are these things starting to sound familiar to you people? Find God. Go to therapy. Familiar? Oh man, Young Doka said she got hit by the 4.0 Brads and crossed the street to Temple University ninjas. Facts. 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 But the Brads got first dibs though. Brads had first dibs. Oh, facts. Big facts. Oh yes, big facts, big facts.
parasites try to tell you. Honestly, that's like my honest feedback. Okay, guys.
Okay.
That group, that little community. That was funny. That was funny. Oh, never mind. I saw something interesting, but I'm gonna watch it later. I'm gonna watch it later. But anyways, she thinks that she can get away with this by just putting it on the red pill community. She don't even realize the people on Twitter that are putting her on blast are like regular accounts. These are people that are anti-red pill that are putting you on blast. The people that put Aisha Curry on blast aren't red pill. They're just regular people. Same with Jada Pinkett Smith, right? When you had what was black people saying when Will Smith damn near threw his career away? You had black women saying that this was black love, and white people were just appalled. They were just appalled, and rightfully so. So this whole thing about this is red pill is just no. The normies are trashing you because you're trash. Respectfully, right? Where's my Twitter tab? But anyway. But I know, but there's a lot of people that I saw. They were like, "Damn!" So she lied about being a virgin. I'm like, "Yeah, most hoes they. If you didn't meet your broad in high school, you're not gonna meet no 22-year-old virgin in 2025. That's rare. That's very rare. That's like you seeing a white tiger, like a to see a 22-year-old female, I'm talking about a 22-year-old female virgin, that's akin to seeing like a white tiger in the wild. There's really not a whole lot of those, and you could count them on your fingers. Even I remember in the debate, they brought up like the amount of dateable women that identify as virgins, and it was only 7%. 7%. So that means it's basically that basically means it's really 1% or 2% tops. Because we already know most of that 7% they're lying. Because a broad will consider herself a virgin just because she didn't get penetrated, vaginally. They'll be like, no, you can't go there. You got to go up the exit hole, and they'll consider themselves a virgin because they didn't specifically have sex there. You have, the Mormons, they do this thing called soaking, right? And they'll still consider themselves virgins. So you already know that means it's a very small percentage. And we already know the stats. After the age of 16, the amount of virgins like exponentially decrease, particularly when you're talking about young women. So if you didn't meet your broad in, I will say middle school. If you didn't meet your broad in, I'll say junior, let me say junior high. If you didn't meet your broad in junior high and you didn't, you wasn't intimate with her during that time, you're not getting a virgin, dog. That's not happening. like it's bitches with Down syndrome. Unfortunately, that's not. It's bitches that are in wheelchairs as we speak. I'm not exaggerating. There's bitches in wheelchairs that are not virgins. So that whole virgin talk, I don't know what people be talking about. You're not gonna meet no. You're probably gonna meet one. Like if you're a man that's sexually active, you've probably had like one or two tops. That's like regularly sexually active. Now, like I said, if you're a Chad or if you're a drug dealer, that's different. That's different. And any virgins that you see that are like 18, 19, or that are like, 17, they're going to lose it to an athlete, to a football player or a basketball player. It's not for the regular guys. That's not for the regular guys. Regular guys mostly get leftovers. Criminals is usually the criminals and the predators that get first dibs. And then second, the athletes. Then you'll basically have everybody else. But those people, those groups of people, they usually get first dibs. He said double speak. Find God, go to therapy, but also you're all disgusting cockroaches. What's it? Amy said react to it live. Oh, her TikTok. React to it live. Okay, I'm gonna bring up her TikTok in a little bit. I'm gonna bring up her TikTok. I'm gonna see what her TikTok's about. Yeah, Dre God said, yeah, not unless if you leave the country and go to places like Mongolia or Saudi Arabia, no virgins inside in the West. Yeah, I said specifically in the West, there's no virgins. Yeah, there's no virgins in the West. That's not happening. Young Doka said it's over for high school love at best. You get what I call senior fatigue when she's been hurt out of her whole face. She may choose the guy who's always been there in her senior year of college. Facts. But like I said earlier before, there's not even a whole bunch of high school love, because even with high school love, you already know what's going to happen. You're going to have to break up with her if you meet her high school, because she's going to sign up for her college and she's going to go her separate ways. I don't care. Even if you go to the same college with her, it's over. Trust me. I done seen some, I'm talking about 5-star athletes. They ruin their whole life following the bish, going to the same college that they bish is going to, and they still lose their broad. I'm talking about there's like 5-star, they were 5-star quarterbacks coming into college. And you were able to predict which college they went to by finding out which college their girl went to. They followed their girl into college and you never heard from them ever since. And you already know what happened. They lost their bish, they lost motivation, or they knocked the bish up, or they thought they knocked the bish up and they put their sports to the side. Shout out to AJ in the chat. What's up, man? I saw the stream earlier. Right? Oh yeah, shout out to, I don't know what her name is in the chat. Red Door Woman. I be seeing her on Discord. You know, I hope she didn't take offense to when I was calling out Rachel for being a hoe. It's just Rachel Wilson, she is what she is. Like, and I just hope that because I told Red Door Woman, I was like, you can't be afraid to do the research. I wasn't saying that she can't do the research, that she doesn't do research. I'm just saying, like, if you do the research on Rachel, it's out there. She put it out there. This is not, rumors, so hopefully she wasn't because Red Door Woman, she's old, she's an older lady, right? So I'm not trying to be disrespectful to her per se. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but when I mentioned Rachel, that's she is what she is. But let me bring up the I exit out of the TikTok. So let me bring up her TikTok. Let me find her TikTok real quick. Let's find Akaash's wife. Let's roast her TikTok. Let's go on Google. Akaash Singh wife TikTok. Fuck, what's her name? Let's bring up her TikTok. Jasleen Chawla, right? Jasleen Chawla TikTok. Let's see if I can find her. See if I can find her TikTok. The Jasleen. Yeah, I think I found it. Yep, I found it. Yeah, he's getting used, bro. He's getting used. But like I said, I don't find there's no difference like between Akaash and Andrew Wilson to me. There's no difference. Oh man, this is exactly what I thought her TikTok is going to be. Oh no. Hold on. My doorbell just rung. Hold on. I'm going to be right back, guys. I'm going to be right back. Let me mute. My doorbell just rung. Hold on. I got to make sure it's too late for my doorbell to be getting rung, but let's see. Sorry about that, guys. That was my sibling. Homie forgot his keys. But anyway. And I was like, yo, who the fuck is this? Yo, I was sitting there like, yo. I look at it, I'm like, oh, this ninja. Anywho. Oh, AJ said, I don't know. I might not drop the link. I missed a lot of chats. Sorry, I was at the door. My door. I know you guys heard my doorbell. But anyways, Young Doka said facts. Even if the couple goes to the same college together, it's basically a 99% chance that they're going to go on a break and their whole career down after if they are in sport. Yeah. If they I've seen it. I'm talking about from all sports. I've seen this in basketball, but I'll say especially football. I've seen that a lot. These dudes that I knew, they was nice in basketball, but they had a girl and then they followed a girl into I'm like, there was this dude I knew. He was supposed to go D1. He went D2 to follow his girl. You know what I mean? I'm just in there like, golly. And he never made an impact. He had all the tools. He had the height, point guard, the skills. So he already had the height. So it's just a matter of just being in front of the right people, displaying your skills, and we could see maybe he could have had a career overseas, right? But I'm just like, damn. Like he had everything. He had the height, he had the skills and everything. But vicious, bruh. Oh yeah. So AJ said Red Door is good people. I don't think she took it personally. Okay, I hope not. Because sometimes I'll be seeing her on Discord and she'll be calling people out sometimes if they're on nonsense, right? It's is this the right one, right? Amy said, react to my comment. I'm a 21-year-old virgin, but I think that's rare because I immigrated to the US at 15. Oh, you're a lady. You're a lady. My bad. There's actually a dude I know personally. His name is Amy. I know a Stacy. That's a dude. A drummer. I'm putting his business out there. An elite instrumentalist I know. His name is Stacy, right? And I know a Amy, and then I do know I know a Tracy. These are dudes. So I didn't know. My bad, you girl. So you said I immigrated to the US at 15. Oh, okay, that's a different situation, right? So in the chat, just to let you guys know, if you are to meet a virgin, I might have said this in the past. The only way you might meet a woman that has a low body count is if she immigrated here or she comes from parents that are immigrants. That's your last bet. That's your last bet. Just to let you guys know, I probably have said this before, but we are, especially when we're talking about the majority, when you talk about white dudes, white dudes, they don't want they want a white girl. Black dudes, they're so loyal to their black woman. I don't get it, but it's admirable at this point. So Amy, if unfortunately we're at a time, if you tell the average dude that you're a virgin, they're not going to believe you. They're not going to believe you. But in my opinion, you're still doing the right thing, because somebody will believe you. Somebody will believe you, and then once they see your background, they see where you come from. If they see your deeds, they see your actions, they'll be like, okay, even if she's not 100% a virgin, they'll be like, oh well, she has a low body count, right? But that's a good thing. If you really are a virgin, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's on, it's one of the lost, people talk about traditional this, tradition that, but if to be a traditional woman, you have to be a virgin, right? But unfortunately, like I said, like you're gonna Pyro said, I don't believe you. Wait a minute. Are you Eastern? Because you said you came here, you immigrated to the US at 15. Are you from East India? Are you from East India? Because you're saying that you followed Jasleen. AJ said, I given up on BWs. No thanks. Yeah, G-Man said, I had a friend of mine's, his name is Claire. Yeah, I know who else? I know two Amy's that are dudes. I know a Stacy, I know a Tracy. There's a lot of musicians I know. They had like gender neutral type names. Let me see. Amy said it's hard in this generation to find love. Everyone just wants hookups or casual relationships. I haven't had my first kiss. It's 100% true. And all my friends around me insult me. Yes, I am. All right. That makes sense. Because I'm like, you follow Jasleen. Why is her? I'm like, you got to be Indian yourself. Because it's like, I'm like, there's nothing interesting about that broad. Unless if you share like the same what's the right term? Country, ethnicity, whatever. Unless if you share the same background. Because I'm like, I didn't even know Jasleen had a TikTok. So I'll say this: you should be fine. You should still be fine as long as you're open to dating different dating or marrying a different type of dude. I wonder if V is still in the chat. Remember V? Guys, remember V? The other Indian dude that was in the that was in there. I don't know if he still watches. I'm about to say he's missed a grand opportunity. But anyway, culture, exactly. That's what I was looking for. The same culture. So there's people I follow on Instagram, right? Haitian background, right? Even though there's nothing really significant about them, but because we shared a similar background, it's easier for me to be like, oh, okay, I know where you're coming from. But shout out to you. But yeah, Pyro, V, I don't know if y'all remember V, and he would call in from time to time. He's missed a grand opportunity. What an opportunity missed. Damn. Shout out to V. But anyways, so Samuel says, Samuel put it in his shot. He says, so Amina, okay, I never dated. I'm back. Oh shoot. Samuel popped out of nowhere. Oh man. I'm the first, as soon as she said, oh yeah, I'm actually East Indian. I'm like, damn, V missed out. V missed out. My boy V missed out. So Young Doka says, if your friends insult you, I hope you find better friends who want to support you staying pure. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time if you are telling the truth. Yeah, that's what I was about to say too. Because there are a few ladies out there that I know, they still have their V card, but they basically their friend pool is like their friend pool is very minimal. Or they'll have a friend, but then they got to get away from him because they're a hoe, and their hoish tendencies. They don't want the hoish tendency to corrupt them. So there are a few women out there that I know personally. They got their V card, but they tend not to be able to have a whole bunch of secular friends, if that makes sense. Friends that they could really keep. Because they're doing 304 behavior. They encourage them to do drugs, and we already know that's all it starts. That's how it starts. It starts with the drugs, and then everything else is going to follow. It usually just doesn't start off with let's be a 304 together. It just starts off with the little things. Let's get a drink. Let's do a blow together. Let's smoke some weed together. And then it basically increases from there. And I'm pretty sure that's why you don't have a whole bunch of like friends that be trying to get you to do things. Amy said, my parents were each other's first and married for 40 years. I hope to find love like that. Yeah, but like a lot of immigrant parents, right? A lot of parents that came from different countries, they have a similar story. That's why I said, in terms of if you're a guy trying to find a girl, you need to find somebody where the girl came from parents that weren't raised in the United States. So the girl was raised, or the woman was raised underneath parents that weren't influenced by the Western way of doing things. But like, yeah, Young Doka is right. Unfortunately, you might have to if you want to stay pure, you want to continue to do the right thing, you might have to distance yourself from your so-called friends, because anytime particularly when it comes to female friends, when female friends find out their female friend is a virgin, or they have like, or they find out like say Amy, you find a husband, right? And you lose your virginity to your husband that you find. Unfortunately, what's going to happen is you're going to run into friends or people, they're going to find out about that, and they're going to be like, what? You've only been with one person? Oh, there's no way. they're going to be like, oh, no, we got to fix that. They are going to corrupt you. They are definitely going to corrupt you. They're going to be like, no, we got to fix that. Sorry, the T's going off in the background. But anyways, Ricardo says, somebody insults you and you still consider them your friends. In what world or country they do that at? Oh, by the way, Amy, is your friends, what's the ethnicity of you got white friends? Or do you have other friends of your same background? Because what helps with a lot of those kids that immigrated there, if they find other kids, not necessarily other Indian kids, or not necessarily just Asian kids in general, they link up with other kids that had parents that immigrated here, or you link up with kids that also immigrated here as well, whether they came from Asia, even Africa, the Caribbean, right? So that also helps as well. So, but I'll say this: if I'm not trying to put white girls on blast, but you're gonna have to be around friends that are of your similar background. So you're most likely you're gonna need to find friends that's like of your background that are also East Indian or other Asian friends. But when it comes to, here's the thing though, you got a lot of the Eastern Asian people that were raised in the States, and they're worse than the white girls that were raised here. So you got to be careful with that. So that's not even that advice is not even foolproof. So you got to find other people that have a similar background to you when it comes to your parents, right? Or if they immigrate, basically other people that also immigrated here at a young age. So that's the type of people you got to surround yourself with. Those type of people tend to be productive people anyways, not just when it comes to just relationships, it's just in general when it comes to grades, school, etc., etc. Let me see. It's the opposite for men, aka Akaash. Amy said you go to UT. Oh. She says, I go to UT Dallas. That's the University of Texas, if I'm not mistaken. No. UT Dallas. I think that might be something else. Hold on. UT Dallas. UT Dallas. Oh no, that's something else. My bad. My mistake. That's something else. Or no, University of Texas at Dallas. Oh, okay. Still. Still. But yeah, but still, you gotta. How big is the Eastern Indian population in Dallas? That I'm not sure about. I'm not sure about I don't know how big the Eastern Indian population is. I know there's a whole lot of other different ethnicities, whole lot of Hispanic, right? Hispanic, black, and obviously white. But I'm just saying there's a whole bunch of, different groups of people in Texas, especially when you're talking about what's it, Southern Texas? Let me look at the map. Let me look at the map. Oh, right in the center of Texas. So even still around that area, the Fort Worth area, it's a lot of Hispanics. So, GG's. GG's. I don't hear a whole bunch of like East Indian going over there. But anywho, he said, avoid any feminists. They will find your. Well, there's too many. Oh yeah, so right here, Amy said it's a lot. There's also racism. Yeah, because you got white friends. Amy just basically exposed that she got white friends. Yeah, you got white friends. No disrespect, but you got white friends. If you complain about the racism, you got white friends. But if you can find if you can find other Eastern Indian people to link up with, oh man, I wish V was in the chat. I really wish V was in the chat. Damn. But anyways, looking at her TikTok, this is exactly. Hold on. It's exactly what I'm thinking. What I thought when I'm looking at her TikTok. Her looking in the mirror, doing makeup, talking nonsense. You know what I mean? This is exactly what I expect when I see her. No disrespect to your sister. No disrespect to your Indian sister, but it's just like when you're talking about a Western raised Eastern Indian woman, this is what I expect. Exactly this. This is exactly what I expect.
When I was 16, like in Pennsylvania, you could get your nose pierced, but you had to have like a parent with you. So I had to bring my passport because I didn't have an ID. Like I didn't have my driver's license yet. I had just turned 16 and he's like, oh, but according to your passport, it says you're 15. My birth date year was 1994. My actual date of birth.
So so somebody said in the chat that she's actually 32. So you are correct.
Birth is 1993.
Yeah, it's still 32.
Actually a blessing in disguise. You're actually 31 years old. Take it with a grain of salt.
I went back with my mom. As he was piercing, I sneezed. All this blood comes out and my...
Hi guys, so me and Mayo are recording main character podcast today. So...
Oh my god, you guys need to watch All Her Fault. I know I said that Black Rabbit was single-handedly bringing back cinema and television, but actually All Her Fault is single-handedly bringing back cinema and television. And I always use as a benchmark with every show, I use Big Little Lies as a benchmark. And this show came even closer than Black Rabbit. Like, I would say this is like 99% as good as Big Little Lies. And
All Her Fault. Let me search up that show. Because I do be listening to women from time to time, and I pay attention to the shows that they be so crazy over, or the books. And I use that as a litmus test. I'm like, oh, okay, let me watch out for this. If she likes this show, oh, Peacock. There's another Peacock series that, okay, I'm going to keep that in mind. We keep that in mind. The heart-pumping true story of All Her Fault. I'm going to keep that in mind. She said, imagine hating on me and I'm just in my room frolicking.
Okay, guys, I want to talk to you really quick because obviously
that was the video. That was the video. Okay, I might end up reacting to this video and clipping it and making a separate episode. So that's the video that we just saw the other Asian dude react to. Oh Lord. Yeah, the people in TikTok, the comments I be seeing on TikTok, I'll be like, are these people mentally deranged? I'm seeing overwhelming support for her in her TikTok. Yeah, the TikTok comments they're always different from the Instagram comments or the Twitter comments. Yeah, from what I've seen from the TikTok comments. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So Amy said many Indian girls are also like Jasleen. They have the same personality as white girls. Yeah, those are the ones that are raised. Those are the ones that are raised here. Y'all wilding in the chat. But the ones raised here, they when I was a kid, I'm not gonna say I had my horror stories, but I remember that we had like this one Indian chick that she wanted to go out with me, but first of all, there was another Asian dude that she knew. He was Vietnamese. He was hating on me for 4 years. Well, he always was hating on me ever since I met him, but he always tried to disguise it as praise. But she knew. but she knew. So shout out to her. She would have given me a shot, but I already know. I already knew why that was a no for her. I just wasn't worth it during that time. And I already know her parents didn't play that. But I'll say this, yeah, most of the Eastern Indian women that were raised here in the West, they have a particular way of acting, and all they do, and most of them, yeah, I will say most of them, I got to keep it a buck. Most of them were Chad chasing. They were definitely Chad and Brad chasing, you know? So like you'll have like, because you'll have like the Eastern Indian dudes that would really try to, stay within their race, right? When it comes to dating, but you literally had like the same Eastern Indian girls that they were trying to take to prom or make a girlfriend or try to take serious. They was going after Chad. I'm talking about like they was going after like dudes that did not care about them like at all, or if they were hooking up with those girls, it was just a side project for him. Those in terms of the Western race, Eastern Indian women, those are the ones that I was that I saw. I knew like one Indian girl that I just met She's in her late 20s though, but she low key ruined her life. She had met like this one American dude. I don't remember the race of the person, but basically that dude ruined her life. And now she's like stuck to him. Like now she's basically stuck at this distribution center. She's mad cool, but like she said like, yeah, I ruined my life. I left school for this one dude and yeah, I played myself. But yeah, these comment sections, man, it's just full of what the fuck, man. Golly.
Okay, Dr. Topher, what are we doing?
Fixing the snarl.
Oh Lord, she's getting lip filler. This is gonna be a very expensive divorce. This is gonna be a very expensive divorce. Oh man. Oh, she thinks she's a baddie. Oh Lord, she thinks she's a baddie. Oh Lord. Oh, let me see this. She says this is red flag.
Everyone says you're mad. Okay, last time I did red and green flags, everyone says I was being too easy. So here are my real red flags. Number 1, if he only has one ear pierce, like what are you, Sean Hunter? Number 2, the hard part haircut, aka like the douchiest haircut from like 2016. Why are we still bringing that back in? Number 3, skinny jeans. If you are still wearing skinny jeans, if you still in 2025, in the day and age of our Lord and Savior Zoran Mamdani, are still wearing skinny jeans, you need to check yourself in.
Oh, so we already know who she voted for. Oh Lord have By the way, if you're dating any dudes listening, if you dating a broad that voted for Madani, I mean, wow. Hold on, my phone going crazy right now. Anywho.
Asylum. If your favorite place to order from is Wingstop or Chipotle, I cannot talk to you. If you have an Arc'teryx jacket, that is more niche, but like you're also annoying. Also, if your opening line is, oh, I got my MBA from Yale or Harvard, like you're a fucking loser. If it's not undergrad, don't talk to me. You're post-grad, you're gonna talk to me about going to an Ivy? Like you could have a pulse and get into an Ivy post-grad.
Did you get into an Ivy post-grad?
No. I never said I was fucking smart. Also, if he counts his protein, like literally counts how many grams, how do you have that much time? Like you could be making money with the kind of time that you're spending counting your macros.
Count your money, not your macros.
Exactly. If he still wears ankle socks or no-show socks, literally, I will barf. If he has boucle on his couch, run.
No.
If he has boucle on his couch, he's cheating on you.
This bitch right here is saying nonsense. I swear, man, broads are gonna. Women give the worst advice. Oh my goodness. Man, oh my goodness, man. Well, I'll let her finish. I'll let her finish because you can hear her simp husband in the background.
If he's still working in a WeWork, like grow up. Go to like a nice hotel or a nice bar. Like what the fuck are you working in a WeWork for? If he has an ex-girlfriend, that's a red flag too. Okay, last time.
Oh goodness gracious. You know, like remember when I did the guys, remember when I did the red flags for women to see in men? And mind you, I just did that one. That was just like my personal opinion. That list is way better than what she I'm talking about. My list is way better than what she than what she put out there. Way better. And my channel is not even for women. But that's just how, like, when women give other women advice, it's just so bad. a lot of the stuff that she said were red flags were just guys with like discipline in their own tastes. If he works at a Wee World, that's a red flag. He's employed. He has an honest job. But that honest job is a red flag. Okay, ma'am. This is... But I'll say this, yeah, you know, you guys are right. It's kind of hard to feel bad for Akaash. He put this on himself.
From it. So check this out, ninjas. Shout out to Kool-Aid Assassin for this.
How do you and your husband split finances?
We don't.
We don't. If you
Comments that I'm using my husband for clout, and yeah, that's exactly what it is. What's wrong with that?
Oh.
In 5 hours, so potentially closet.
This is all her closet now. She took the whole
Look, this is a look of despair, man. This nigga was just sitting there with his hands on his hips like, fuck.
closet.
Which we already agreed upon.
Now she's saying she doesn't have no space.
And now
Yeah, but that's enough. That's enough for tonight. That's enough for tonight. Let me read the chats. Let me read the chats. It says skinny jeans, women hate that ish, huh? When it comes to skinny jeans, women will say don't marry a broke bum and all this stuff, but they will be smashing. They will be letting a broke bum hitting them guts as we speak. So you know, like the broads that be going on these, they'll make a video. Don't mess with him. He's gotta make 6 figures. It's gotta be at least 6 figures and up. Those are the main ones letting broke bums smash for free. Like literally for free. Those are the main ones. Samuel VJ Kumar says India parents choose the bride. Have seen this video that Russell Peters joke about the Indian parents. So Amy says, and her husband is okay with her talking like this. Well, he has to, or he's gonna get divorced. Samuel said, I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, bye for now. Yikes, young Doka. Yeah, she is exactly who I thought she was. But I was seeing clips of her earlier this year. Same with Kayla Nicole. So it's interesting, like these people are going viral now. I think my next live stream, I gotta talk about Kayla Nicole deactivating her Twitter. You know. But like I said earlier, there's no difference, in my opinion. There's no difference between what? Andrew Wilson and Akaash. And how do I say this without being mean? Nick Saban had this quote when he would talk about when he would recruit. He doesn't like recruiting marginal talent, right? The reason why he said he doesn't like recruiting marginal talent is because they end up getting mad at the actual people with clout, the actual people with juice. When they come across the real talents, they get smoked, and they get mad at the actual people that are the actual talent, right? Akaash is a marginally talented comedian. He's marginally successful. He was able to link up with Andrew Schultz, and he was able to get his career going, but he's a marginally talented person. Marginally talented, you know, personality wise, but he thinks he's better than what he is. That's why when Fresh and Fit came on the podcast, he thought he was better than them. He thought they were nothing. And now he's fallen on his sword. Andrew Wilson, people might disagree with me here, is marginally talented. This is supposed to be, you know, traditional conservatives. This is supposed to be a people's king, their debate king, but his best work comes from debating OnlyFans broads that were touched when they were kids. So there's really no saving them, but that's his best work. Mentally ill OF girls, mentally ill liberals, young liberals that I might add. When I saw Jordan Peterson did the debate. He did a debate where he got roasted, respectfully. It was Jordan Peterson versus 12 atheists or whatever, or 20 atheists, right? And anytime it was an atheist over the age of 30 that came up and debated him, he got roasted. It was basically any atheist over the age of 30 was able to intellectually match him. And that's not supposed to happen. Jordan Peterson's a PhD, right? But these people that we lift up in the air, particularly when you're talking about an Andrew Wilson, this is marginal talent, respectfully. These are not quote unquote master debaters. These are not people. I don't think people should be lifting them up in the air. And then on top of that, Andrew Wilson is far from a traditional man himself. He married a chick with 2 baby daddies and 3 different kids. And for some reason, every time we bring it up, people get mad. Every time I bring it up, they be like, "Oh no, don't bring it up. Don't bring it up, Chris. Don't bring it up." Like this is what are we doing? I'm not allowed to bring up what he did. But yet he's sitting there lecturing OF girls about traditional stuff. He had, mind you, the 2 kids that he had with Rachel were out of wedlock too. But he's talking about traditionalism. And he think that's not going to backfire on him? You think the OF girls or the liberals, the young liberal females that are not that smart, you think they're not going to catch on? You think they're not going to be privy to that information and use that against them? And how's it? It's not unfair. He's the one calling them 304s and skeezers. Now let's look at your life, right? This is why Andrew Wilson and these people don't impress me. But one thing that you can learn from Akaash is just look at his girl. Look how his girl acts. Look at the things that his girls say. Your woman is a reflection of you. This is why I have respect. I know Young Doka might not like this, but this is why I have respect for LeBron James. and this is why it's only really a few athletes that I respect. I respected LeBron James more later in his career only because of his family structure. I looked at his family structure and I'm like, you know what? I got respect for that. Right? He seems to have his house in order, right? Whether it be fake or not. Whether it be fake or not. He seems like he has his thing intact, right? So I gotta give him his propers. It's very few that have their people in check. Your woman is a reflection of you. So what you see Akaash's wife is, that's exactly what Akaash is. Undisciplined, unruly, marginally talented, all the stuff that you can think of. Oh yeah, shout out to you, Amy. Shout out to you for being a participant. She says, I almost said I will subscribe to your channel. Thank you. Ricardo Rodney says you have to see it is a red flag if somebody tried to persuade you not to see some ish that's not right, and they try to tell you not to look at it or say anything about it. But I'll relate it to I will say this stuff like when we talk about Andrew Wilson. I just don't like how I'm not allowed to. It's like we're not allowed to talk about it. And then once you finally convince them, like, you do know Andrew Wilson married a single mom with two. She's a white Keisha, right? I'll say that in the chats. I'll be like, she's a white Keisha. And you know, people will reply back, oh, that's not too bad. I mean, it could be worse. The excuses they make for this boy is wild. Wild. The excuses they make. There's going to be a point where people are going to find out about my personal life, and people are going to have all types of critique for it. And I'm just going to have to hold, bite the bullets when it comes to that. But for some reason, Andrew Wilson gets away with it because what? Because what? He can debate a bitch that thinks that abortion is not murder, right? But when a dude does it, it's murder. So like you're dealing with a cohort of people where it's not, their delusion is just, it is what it is. There's no reasoning with that, with those type of people. Okay, Young Doka says Jordan Peterson sounded smarter when I was a kid, but as I grow older, you watch some of his famous monologues, and you're like saying this ninja is saying nothing. Exactly. That's life. And then on top of that, he lost a lot. This was what happened with Jordan Peterson specifically. Ever since his thought daughter has been taking the reins of his career and his respect has literally gone downhill. Ever since his thought of a daughter started taking the reins of his business, his health declined, everything declined. This nigga lost his mind. All that. He lost his mind. He lost his everything. So with Peterson, his decline is pretty self-evident. He just seems, the thing is, these guys seem smart at this particular point of time is only because we're living in the land of cuckoo land, where everything is backwards. Everything is backwards. So just you making sense already puts you at the top 10%. Like how about let me say it like this. Let me say it like this. Even the stuff that we know, low key, we are like the 5%ers if you think about it. Just the fact that when I say Rachel Wilson is a hoe, and most of you guys understand what I'm saying, that already puts you guys in like the 5% when it comes to thinking. Because people are just going to look at Rachel, just off looking at her. They're just going to be like, nah, there's no way. There's no way. People look at Rachel and they think like, what did G-Man call her? RP Becky, right? Red Pill Becky. Okay. We can't be making excuses for these people. We can't. It's just I don't like that, right? Yep. Young Doka says no. Dre God says clean your room, Chris. Yeah, Jordan Peterson, the 12 rules of life. That's a prescription, Chris. Nigga, that's called marketing. That's called marketing. 10 rules of this, 50 laws of no disrespect, 48 laws of, oh, you got to read this because it got some numbers on it, bruh. Oh, man. Here, boy. But like, oh. Young Doug said, just like your woman is a reflection of you, so is your seed. Facts. Facts. So is your seed. That is very true. Your seed, your kids are a reflection of you. Yes. He says, which is why the streets don't respect Dwayne Wade no more, even though he's a top 5 shooting guard of all time, just because of his son. Same thing with Peterson. I wish I could put like a can I pin this chat? Let me see if I can pin this chat real quick. Let me pin this chat. This is the best chat I've seen all day. This is I love that. This is what I'm talking about right here. Yes. Yes. Let me where's the I don't think I can pin it. Damn. Oh, here we go. Let me pin this chat. Let me pin this. I'm pinning it. We pinned it. Guys, Dwayne Wade, no doubt, top 5 shooting guard of all time. One of the greatest players I've ever seen. And I can't look at him the same because of his son daughter. He said, give me a soundboard. Oh yeah, I already know. I already know.
Facts.
So I'm talking about I can't even look at Dwayne Wade because of the son daughter thing. I remember when I told you guys, that's the reason why, even though I like Steph Curry, I think Steph Curry is a genuine person. I think LeBron James is Homelander. Okay. Like when people see, when I acknowledge his skills or his physicality, right? That doesn't mean I don't know what he is, right? He's Homelander. I know he's Homelander, but from the optics, I look at him way higher than I do a Dwayne Wade, even though I like Dwayne Wade personally more as a basketball player. But it's just because of his son. But when I look at LeBron's sons, when I look at his kids, when I look at his family, it's just more respectable to me. It just is. So I look at him and I gotta put him at a higher level respect wise. Jordan Peterson always had that clean your room saying. What happened to that? I don't even know. Yeah, the son daughter. That's what we're gonna call Zaya/Zion. Son daughter. Yeah, Magic Johnson, same thing. Can't look at him the same either with the state of his son. And mind you, these are the greatest basketball players ever that we're talking about. I'm talking about the greatest, the greatest. Magic Johnson, the greatest point guard ever, bar none, not even close, right? And it's just like, I gotta think about Stephen Curry, the greatest shooter of all time, and I'm just like, damn. Every time I look at him, I'm just like, damn, it's just a shame he got to go home to that. Yeah, Magic with the high five. Right? Yeah, 12 commandments. Jordan Peterson, was it 12 rules of life? Like, that's all it takes for you guys? But yeah, the conservatives, they gonna learn. But I still can't get over that one Andrew Wilson supporter with the 20,000 subs, the cool one VC guy, when he was talking about what's the big deal of family court. I can't believe he said that. I'm still shocked he said that. And then when I asked him about his family situation, and he was saying that, well, I'm happy. My wife was married previously. I'm a stepfather. I'm just sitting there like, wow. It's just like, man. These people, man. The son daughter. Yep. Son daughter. And I bet you Dwayne Wade's son daughter is like tall too. I bet you he's tall as hell too. Because when you look at Magic Johnson's son is ain't Magic Johnson's son like 6'6", 6'7". I remember Corey Holcomb was roasting Magic EJ. Straight up just roasting Magic Johnson's son. He was like, how the hell does he where did you find them shoes? How did you get the size he was looking for? Them zesty ass shoes with the same size. Oh no. That's crazy work. Man. Yeah. He said these guys are cooked, Chris, if they lack the sense of core. Yeah, he said cool one VC, the YouTuber. He said specifically, I've never been in family court. My wife's been in family court. I'm taking care of her and her son. I'm like, Nick, bruh. I'm like, you taking care of a broad that dragged her previous baby father or her previous husband in family court? I was like, wow. Because that's all you can, that's what you can assume. If he has custody of somebody else's son, that means she dragged her baby father to family court. So Young Doka said, nah, go back, look at these podcasts. Oh yeah, Savannah, she's dropped some stuff here and there. Because when she started the podcast, I was like, that's not a good idea. And right now, it looks like LeBron is doing everything in his power to keep his marriage from failing. You know what I mean? I can tell it hasn't been looking too good for him. He said her humiliation of Bron just hasn't gone as viral as Aisha. Steph's son's gonna be a shooter in the league, but he's still very young. Yeah, hopefully, but man, divorce, boy, because we already know what's gonna happen to Steph. We already know. So like, once he retires, it's over. Once he retires, give it no more than 2 years. She gonna file. Yeah, that ain't gonna be me. That mentality always kills me. So Ricardo Rodney says, I believe it. He says some people have that ain't gonna be me though syndrome. I'm the exceptional mentality. You know, they always think it's not gonna be them. Let me see. Dre God said Jalen Green is another young NBA star. Guy that's married to a 40-year-old woman. He's getting prayed. Yeah, Jalen Green. That's the one that's married to. Well, I don't think he's married to Drea, but yeah, he got. He got. There's a lot of. There's a lot of older women running that hustle. That's why I laugh when you got these younger broads. They'll cite older women. The stuff that older women will say. I'm like, they sabotaging you, right? you got these bitches, they be 21, 22. These bitches be 19 in college talking about I'm about to go get filler. I'm about to go get Botox. I'm like, who told you to do that? You're 19. You don't need no Botox. You're 19. But you already know who gave them that advice. It's an older broad. So I have a lot of experience, but go to a college, because I've been recently to a college, a college or two. Don't ask me why. Ask these broads. And you'll hear these bitches talk. They'll say, "Oh yeah, I got filler. or I got Botox for my birthday present. Now, I'll say this: the Jewish girls, those are different. Those are different. Like you'll have like the Jewish girls, like they'll get like nose surgery. Like their parents will give them a nose surgery for their birthday. That's a little bit different. That's a little bit different because they're trying to move them up in the game, in the choosing department. That's a little bit different, even though it's the same thing. But I give them a little bit of a pass because the parents are looking at them like, man, their nose is gonna give them away. Their nose is gonna give them away. So you'll have like you'll have a lot of Jewish girls. They'll get a nose surgery, and their parents will, particularly their mom will have them do a nose surgery before they go into college, or in the middle of high school they'll have like nose surgery or something like that. So that I know personally of a couple girls like that. So you'll see that. That's a little bit different, but I'm talking about you'll have these girls, they'd be 22 years old and they're talking about Botox. I was like, man, your OGs led y'all astray. They tell you that like the OG girls be telling them not to settle, have a roster, don't stick with one dude, date multiple dudes. Meanwhile, you'll have those same older millennial girls or younger Gen X women bragging about how they nabbed them a young dude and he's paying all of her bills. They're now you got these older broads trying to get them some young dudes, the same dudes that they told the younger girls not to take seriously. Pure sabotage. It's the same thing. The woman last year got divorced after she gets a nose job. Yeah, that is true. The Jewish girls, though, I do give a pass. I don't see some Jewish girls like, because they be really like they're looking at it like my nose is keeping me from getting chose, right? So they'll get a nose job. And I'll say this: some of the Jewish girls that I know that they got the nose job, it didn't look too bad. The surgery didn't look too bad. Or like I remember I met this one Jewish girl in college, and I saw her picture when she was a sophomore in high school, and I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe she needed this. I was like, maybe she needed the surgery. So I give the Jewish girls a little bit of a pass because some of them do upgrade. Some of them do upgrade when they do get the nose surgery, even though that is a form of self-hate. And a woman that's willing to do surgery on her face, I don't think you can do anything with her. But like I said, when it comes to women trying to move up in the game, it's different strategy. Dre God says, it does bother me somewhat because I feel like a surge of 30-plus-year-old women preying on young men in the near future. That's why the Jalen Green thing is troublesome. Oh yeah, it's happening right now, and it's just going to increase. I talked about the teacher, like I was talking about in 2022, before this stuff even blew up about these female teachers messing with their students. I went out on a limb. I was like, guys, trust me, in these next couple years, you're going to see an explosion of these female teachers, particularly the ones around my age, getting caught with young boys. And people are going to ignore it. They're going to act like it's not a big deal. You're going to have dudes talking about, well, the guy's not really the victim, right? And what's going to happen, and you're seeing it right now, particularly with the female teachers, their victims are going to get younger and younger and younger until it hits elementary, and then that's when it's going to be but then the damage is already going to be done. I'm talking about you're looking, there are pictures of these chicks, of these female teachers, and you're looking at them, you're just like, she couldn't find a man her age, or at least somebody like a 20-year-old. I'm like, you couldn't find a dude that was 21 years old or someone around your age. You couldn't find nobody. You going with kids? That's why I think with the girl, I think the female teachers are worse than the male predators. That's just my opinion, because when you actually do these studies on the predators, these people are doing it out of desperation. But the women, they have options. And I'm not saying the male predators are good. That's why they get arrested, and that's why they need to be castrated, right? But the female predators, they're the one. First of all, women are the ones that brag about having options and stuff. They're the ones talking about, a man is the easiest thing to get. Okay, why am I seeing all these young female teachers getting caught with kids, knowing good and damn well they can find somebody their age, but you want to be with a kid? Those, like, the female predators, to me, they need to be like, I don't think they take them serious enough. Yep. He said, yeah, you're right. I forgot about all these teacher cases that's been happening. Most are not getting serious punishments either. Nasty work. And remember, I did a live stream, and Pyro might remember this, where I covered the Jamaica story, right? So in Jamaica, apparently there's this thing where they're catching these older women, these 30-year-old plus women, going to high school events, scouting out the male prey. I'm talking about out in the open, going to these high school sports events, trying to pick up on young dudes. And it was like, there was like this female health advocate that brought this thing to the open, and Pyro said that they've been doing this. But it must be really bad if you have a female advocate having to come out and say, like, yo, we got these old Herbert the pervert, the female version of Herbert the pervert, going to these high school events. Talking about single women going to high school events, 30 plus, looking for high school boys. So we already know if that's happening over in Jamaica, people think, oh, small country, small problem. No, bigger country, bigger problem, right? So that means this is happening at a grander scale in America. And it's gonna get worse, because they're really not punishing these teachers. They're just giving them slaps on the wrist, and their target is gonna be younger and younger until they hit these elementary kids, and then it's gonna start with these. Then it's gonna be kindergarten. Then it's gonna be preschool. Then you're gonna start seeing more women getting caught with toddlers. I'm telling you. Because the females are not getting punished. So they're just going to keep going younger and younger until somebody takes them seriously. Because unfortunately, if it's a high school kid, what are people going to say? Oh, why did he tell? And, oh, he's not really a victim. Right? This is the nonsense that you're going to hear and see. And then it goes to the middle school boys, and they're still saying the same thing. And then they're so shocked when you got a stud teacher coming in. Remember the stud teacher that they had to kick out for hitting on the middle school girls or on the high school girls? And they're just shocked that these you got actual, like, female predators thinking they could just become a teacher and get away with what they can, because they nobody takes them seriously. I don't know if I can find it. Can I find that? Female stud teacher. Female stud teacher. that got in trouble. I don't know if I can ever like this. Like this happened recently. Yeah, the Mississippi teacher. She was sitting there calling the the student shorty and all this. I'm like, what is going on?
I am the substitute that was recently fired from teaching because of my TikTok.
Oh man. Sitting there talking about like how I'm like, how you dressed up as a stud and you finna go teach? What is this?
Not what you get. Majority of the content that you do see without further context. First time subbing ever. I had absolutely no idea that I couldn't record students, or else I definitely wouldn't have done it. I truly would have honestly recorded myself if I knew it was an issue with recording students. I went on TikTok before I worked, and that's what I seen. I am by far no predator or anything close to it.
Yes, you are. Hell nah.
Yeah. We got a new hustle unlocked. I'm a school teacher now. Little brothers. Let's get the day rolling. Who would have ever thought it?
Them kids be funny as hell. Is that a teacher?
Yes, ma'am. Have a good day. Today was really a breeze. My kids ain't had to do too much, man. To be honest, I let them do whatever they want to do. Yes, I'm that type of teacher.
Oh my Lord.
Took me a little lunch break. Yeah, they got it going on at this joint. They stay bound. Okay then.
Yeah, people were really uncomfortable with you. Like, yeah, they got it going on in this joint. I remember people in the comments like, nah, we can't have her. We can't have her teaching.
Damn, shorty. Sheesh. Man, I gotta get up out these school kids trying to take me down, man.
That's wild. You heard what she said? Damn, shorty. Nah, that's not out of context. She was hitting on those kids.
On at this joint. They stay bound. Okay then. Damn, shorty. Sheesh. Man, I gotta get up out these school kids trying to take me down, man. Then I look so young.
Yo, that's sorry. If a dude said that, say if it was a dude, older dude, and he was talking about this girl, yeah, he would have been thrown under the drill. They would have opened that cell with that man's head.
You know, I look like one of them. Appreciate it. You know, my little free time, I had to go out there and give me some little content, little fit check. Really just a chill fit today. Cause y'all know if it was up to me, I would have been rough and head to toe. Yeah, I know I ain't lying. But they did have a pep rally and came clutch, and that was the typical day.
Why don't? Oh man. I think people are gonna start realizing, like, yo, we took this too far. We did not reprimand these hoes enough. He said in Jamaica culture, it's against their culture to deny women because otherwise they're gonna question your masculinity and your manhood more harsher than Americans. Yep. Yeah, that Pyro also said this as well. Facts. Yeah, that stud substitute teacher, this is wild work. Yeah, Young Doka said it's sad truth that people don't care about this serious issue. He's not really a victim. Will be coming from many guys, and it's a whole other issue. Yeah, facts. Yeah, it's a whole damn near. It's like you watching an episode of the Boondocks. It's just. Oh yeah. She was hitting on that girl. Oh, the man, that was out of context. No, that wasn't. I know what I saw. That she wilding for that. You hold on. Let me put it back on. And I because I remember seeing like the TikTok comments, or not necessarily the TikTok. I remember seeing the the Instagram and Twitter comments about the stud substitute, and they were like, "Nah, she doing too much." And I was like, you see, this done went too far. She thinking she finna scout the she thinks she finna do some future scouting.
Yeah, they got it going on at this joint.
That's wild.
Stay bound, okay then. Damn, shorty. Sheesh. Man, I gotta get up out these school kids trying to take me.
Yo, she wildin'. And I think she's targeting this chick right here.
Damn, man. Then I look so young. I look like
Yep, this one.
one of them. Appreciate it. You know, my little free time, I had to go out there and give me some little.
Man, let that be a dude that did that. Damn, shorty. In a high school prep rally. That was out of context. Man, please. You got caught. These hoes, boys. These hoes is wild, man.
Yeah. We got a new hook.
That was that was creepy. I'm sorry. That was thank you. I'm sorry. If that was a dude that did that, they would have kicked him out immediately. Now, in her case, if she didn't videotape herself, she would have gotten away with it. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, he said, I think in that video, some teen just complimented her. No, that was another teacher at the end of the video, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was another teacher.
Hustle unlock. They got it going. The content that you do, I did not have a class. I had nothing but of the content that you think I do. Miss sort of. Sheesh.
Nah, I think, let me see it. What's it? I just saw it. Fuck. I think it's this one right here.
Yeah. We got a new hustle unlock. I'm a school teacher now.
I think that was at the end. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. When she was going down the hallway, I think that was another teacher. But I remember I saw like one of the students was like, is that a teacher? Yo.
Who would ever thought? Yes, ma'am. Have a good day. Today was really a breeze. My kids ain't have to do too much, man. I really, to be honest, I let them do whatever they want to do. Yes, I'm that type of teacher. Okay then. Damn, shorty. Sheesh. Man, I gotta get up out these school kids trying to take me down, man. Then I look.
Bruh.
So young, I look like one of them. Appreciate it.
She said, I love this look. I think that's a teacher, or if that is a student, that is a big student.
You know my little free.
That's a big student. If that is a student, sheesh. This is literally a woolly. I'm not even trying to be racist. This is a woolly mammoth. Oh my goodness. She needs to be playing football, literally.
You know my little free time, I had to go out there and give me yeah, man. Then I look so young, I look like one of them. Appreciate it. You know my.
I think you're right. I think that is a student. I think that is a student.
Little free time, I had to go out there and give me some little content, little fit check. Really just a chill fit today. Cause y'all know if it was up to me, I would have been right behind the head to toe. Yeah, I know I ain't.
Yeah, you were right. That was a student. Wow. Oh man. But I gotta look at
Yeah. We got a new hustle.
Let's look at her excuse.
Unlock. They got it going on at this joint. They stay bound, okay then. Damn, shorty. Sheesh. Man, I gotta get up out these school kids trying to take me down, man. Then I look so young, I look like one of them. As you guys may know, I am the substitute that was recently fired from teaching because of my TikTok. It's honestly so sad how sick the world is that you guys automatically mischaracterize me fully without further context. I'm a content creator. I record everything I do, so it was typical for me And as you guys know, if you create content, you will know that everything you see is not what you get. Majority of the content that you do see was recorded while I was alone. It looked as if I had a class, but I did not have a class, and the school knows that. I did not have a class. I had nothing but free time. Aside from the body cam that was already recording, everything else was
Yeah, I didn't hear her actually explain herself. She just said that I was just recording myself. Okay. Can you explain the that comment that you made over there? Talk about damn shorty. These kids finna take me down. This is crazy work. Oh my God. I'm still looking for the explanation here, but shout out to Pink. Oh, I like Pink Book Lessons. I like her channel because she's a Corey Holcomb fan. Let me see. Damn shorty. I got what was I gotta find that thing with the excuse. where was her excuse? The video where she was where's her excuse? The full video.
I am the substitute that was recently fired from teaching because of my TikTok. Because if you create content, it look as if I couldn't record by far no predator. And as I did it while I was alone, it looked as if I had a class, but I did not have a class, and the school knows that. I did not have a class. I had nothing but free time. Aside from the body cam that was already recording, everything else was recorded when I was alone. And as I explained to Lake Cormont when I first arrived, this was my very first time subbing ever. I had absolutely no idea that I couldn't record students, or else I definitely wouldn't have done it. I truly would have honestly recorded myself if I knew it was an issue with recording students. I went on TikTok before I worked, and that's what I seen. I am by far no predator or anything close to it.
Cap.
That is insane for it even to be put onto me. I truly just thought I was doing something good for the youth. Like, honestly, I was enjoying it. I was going to make a video, but I've been receiving an awful amount of hate, and I feel like it was necessary for me to clear my name up. I truly do apologize for how it may seem, but my slang and terminology is much different than yours. But none of the kids knew they were being recorded at any point. And I do apologize for this. Once again, I truly do, but I had no idea this was prohibited.
Okay.
No, if you create content, you will know that everything you see is not what my TikTok. I explained to Lake Cormont too, like it was necessary. What I meant by shorty and the terminology there were insane for it even to be put onto me. I truly just thought I was doing something good for the youth. Like, honestly, I was enjoying it. I was going to make a video, but I've been receiving an awful amount of hate, and I feel like it was necessary for me to clear my name up. I do apologize for this once again. I truly do, but I had no idea this was prohibited. I assure you that it would have not been posted. What I meant by shorty and the terminology the kids were going to take me down.
Somebody said, ew, why would they hire somebody like this? Well, it is hold on. Somebody said, ew, why would they hire someone like this? Well, it is Mississippi, right? And yeah, somebody, let me see, at the 413 mark. What they say at the 413 mark? Yeah, I was about to say, because she talking about, damn shorty, they finna take me down. And she was aiming her camera at all the female students. And she didn't even explain what she meant. She thought she did, but she didn't. So yeah, anyways, I can go on and on about that. Real life boondocks, facts. Forgive me, but next, please. A true bad hire. Yeah, that's it. These because I already know, just off rip, like, say if me in the future, if I end up with a teacher job, like a music teacher job or something like that in the future, they're already gonna be looking what they're gonna find out, especially like say if I'm already teaching music and then they find out about this channel, they're gonna fire me. Just off this channel alone, they're just gonna fire me. But they're gonna hire a broad that looks like this. She a whole distraction. Wow. But anyways, That's enough for today. I gotta go to bed. It's 1:17 where I'm at. It's 1:17 where I'm at. Oh yeah, by the way, like I said, please vet your broads. You can't take her word when it comes to her body count. That goes for Akaash. That goes for Andrew Wilson. That goes for all of you guys that believe that Rachel Wilson has only been with 2 people before Andrew. I mean, guys, come on. y'all cannot be this naive. But these are the things you got to understand. These are the things you got to learn. These are the things that you can avoid if you just understand what you're going what you're going into. Shout out to the new people that came into the chat. Shout out to everybody. Thank you guys for participating. Damn, I didn't download my new clip, so I'm gonna have to sign out with a different one. we just gonna sign out with Bernie Mac. We might just have to do that. So shout out to you guys. Take care. Take it easy. I gotta go to sleep.
When was this tripping game, partner?